The Rams are not playing yet. Not yet, but soon. I am still, that really has ruined a big portion of the playoffs for me. I'll be totally honest. Losing Bo Nix. When everyone told me in the live stream, I thought that they were just trolling. And then when everyone kept saying it, was like, this is weird. Yeah, I'm still bummed. I'm like, honestly, I'm just like trying not to think about it. Even if Stidham plays great for the Broncos, I was excited to see Bo Nix, see what else he's got in store for us in the playoffs. I'm very sad, and the worst part is that if we do win the Super Bowl or even make it, he's not going to get the credit he deserves. I hear that. He'll still get credit, but I know what you're saying. It's obviously not the same. What's up, Rashad? I mean, if CJ Stroud wasn't such a mess offensively, this game actually ends up a lot closer. I mean, the Texans defense only gave up 21 points, and that was with all those extra possessions. I'm a Marvel fan, yeah. Yeah, well, how many turnovers did this game have? 8? 10? 9? What was the final number of this? The one doesn't count as much because it was just the Hail Mary. Oh, where did it go? Hold on. Let me bring up this game. Hello, Sean. Seahawks and Patriots are my pick to make the Super Bowl. Well, those are pretty good picks right now. I mean, hopefully this Rams-Bears game is interesting. But it's so cold. Who knows? So the number, yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7. Drake May fumbled 4 times, though. He fumbled 4 times. That's pretty crazy. Patriots definitely have a really easy path. No doubt about it. They went up against the Chargers with a decimated O-line. They went up against the Texans, who are a great defense, but their offense is obviously a mess, to the point where they were talking about at halftime benching C.J. Stroud, that Ryan Clark had like a panic attack about, if you saw that halftime. And then now you're going up against the Denver Broncos with a backup quarterback. All they need to is now go up against the Seattle Seahawks with Sam Darnold, who injures his oblique in the week leading up to the Super Bowl. And boom, there you go. Ironically, the only quarterbacks that I think that didn't turn the ball over are Jalen Hurts and Jordan Love. I think they're the 2 quarterbacks that have played in the playoffs that haven't turned the ball over. Yeah, Ryan Clark was going insane, and Kelsey didn't dare disagree with him. Kelsey was like, "Yeah, I agree with RC," but he was having a panic attack about that. Do you think the Bears win? Honestly, I have no idea. I want to see what this weather looks like. Watching this game in the snow. Do you think the Broncos have a chance with how Drake is turning the ball over? I mean, if they get pressure to him, he is turning the ball over, and it's all on the same type of things where he keeps getting sacked and stripped. It's like the same type again and again and again. So it's not like a decision-making thing. Oh, that was a big catch. Oh, incompletion on 4th and 4. That is the game. That is the game. I got to go make a video. Yeah, I guess Sam didn't have the turnover either. But yeah, he dropped back like 18 times in that game? Through 17 times. All right, I got to go do this post-game clip. I got to go do this. Do I have my thing set up? I do. Okay, hold on. The New England Patriots in victory formation, taking down the Texans 28-16. Listen, I wish I could say that this was a pretty game. It was a great game. It was an awesome game. It was a wild game. Pretty? It was not. Sloppy? It was. Yeah. It is pretty remarkable that Drake May and this Patriots team, they just do not suffer the consequences of all the sacks and all the hits that Drake May takes. It's pretty remarkable. And it's been like that from the jump. He did fumble the ball 4 times. I don't count the 1 interception because that was just a Hail Mary, so that doesn't really count. But he had the 4 fumbles. And quite frankly, all 4 of them could have been turnovers, but he had the 2. But it's just pretty remarkable that the Patriots just don't suffer the repercussions for those moments. And it's just fascinating. Will it be something that eventually bites them? I don't know. It hasn't done it since. And what's kind of crazy is that all the teams that have been able to get away with any of their weaknesses in the playoffs, or I shouldn't say weaknesses, but some of the things that people are saying they're concerned about, it doesn't seem to catch up to them in the playoffs. And I think that's what we've seen with the Broncos. That's what we've seen with the Bears. That's what we're seeing with the Patriots. And it's pretty crazy. And now you're going up against the Broncos with a backup quarterback. You got to feel great about your chances of getting to the Super Bowl. You got to love your chances. And if you're now going to pick between the Bears, the Bears, the Rams, and the Seahawks, you're not going to be intimidated by any of those teams. I'm not saying that you should be favored, that you should feel that you're going to now win the Super Bowl, but there's no team that you're looking at where you're just like, I really hope the Bears win. I really hope the Rams. I really hope this team wins because I think it'll give us the best chance of winning the Super Bowl. It's just kind of like, no. Seriously, I mean, if you're a Patriots fan, I don't know who you're rooting for. I know you could talk about the Seahawks defense, but then you're like, what about the wild card of Sam Darnold? You could talk about Puka Nacua, Devontae, etc., and Stafford, but you're like, I don't know, I like our odds against that defense. And then the Chicago Bears, you're just like, all right, great coach, great, some great offensive firepower, but I like my chances against that defense. I saw what Brock Purdy and the 49ers did against them, and then look what that 49ers team did against the Seahawks. Like, we're just at a wild, fascinating spot with how these teams all match up. And since the Patriots are just such a complete team and such a resilient team, it's like, what's the concern? And this is what I said going into this game, and I said this a lot last night in the live stream about Drake May, is that against this really physical, violent defense of the Houston Texans, I was like, Drake May is the quarterback that I think can withstand that the most. He's the one that could withstand that the most in the playoffs. He can endure that. He can take the contact. He can use his legs if he needs to. Now, it's a kind of a toss-up whether we say that ended up holding up true, because he did fumble the ball 4 times, but he was able to endure it, I suppose, right? Like, it didn't rattle him. He was still able to let it rip, still threw for 3 touchdowns. You know, had a lot of gifts from CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans, so you had a lot of extra possessions. You're not going to necessarily bank on that moving forward, although, I don't know, Stidham might give you a whole bunch of turnovers. I have no idea. You don't know. Nobody knows. We've never really seen that guy play in the NFL, and we certainly haven't seen him play in the playoffs either. So it's like, I don't know. You do want the Patriots to be able to play cleaner offensive football. And Troy Aikman did talk about that a little bit with Drake May, right? Just understanding when that pressure is getting there and getting rid of the ball. It is a thing that is probably the last thing that Drake May just needs to solve, and then he truly is just a mega, gigantic superstar. But I think what continues to impress me so much about Drake May is that it wasn't an ideal start to really both playoff games. Let's be honest here, right? A lot of people were like, he didn't play good in that first game, which I disagreed. I know it wasn't a clean game, but considering the circumstances, I was like, no, because I appreciate resiliency. I appreciate resiliency, and that's what to me has really shown forward about Drake May is his level of resiliency. And we see this. Look all around the league. Look this year, last year, the year before that. Look at yesterday's games, last week's games. Things get weird, and they get weird quickly. Things get weird, and they get weird quickly. Again and again and again. Whether it's because of weather, whether it's because there's an injury, whether because you get banged up. Everyone's banging up their fingers these days. Before your knee, your head, your receivers down, controversy over there, snowing, raining, windy. Something's always happening in the playoffs. Something's always happening, especially if you're going to be the quarterback of the New England Patriots and you're going to be in Foxborough. But something's always going down. Something's always happening. And so your level of resiliency matters so much. And right now, the level of resiliency that Drake May has, to me, is turning into a superpower. The fact that this guy can get sacked 5 times and stripped 4 times, and it's just kind of like, ain't no thing. Whatever. Who cares? It's pretty crazy. But the moment you lose in an important game and you get sacked 5 times and stripped a bunch of times, it becomes a problem, right? If the Texans beat the Patriots, a lot of people would be blaming Drake May for this loss, right? They just would. That's just the way it works. And so that's what's so fascinating about this. And so, but he's still able to put his head down. He didn't get now rushed. He still is very much like, yeah, I'm getting hit. Yeah, I'm losing the ball. But I'm still going to play ultimately what makes me most comfortable. And because of that, you get a beautiful touchdown pass to Booty, to Diggs. You get that. You get those moments. And listen, I'd say the defense played great for the Patriots, but some of those really did feel like they were just some gifts from CJ. The defense did play good. Make no mistake about it, right? They swallowed up the run. They drew up the pressure to CJ, but those were some bad decisions. Those were some bad decisions. They were talking about benching him at halftime, where Ryan Clark literally lost his mind at even the prospect of that. I mean, what did he have? 4 interceptions at the half alone or something? And the fumble by Marks, that was a great play. And right, the one fumble on Drake May was more punched out than kind of like a strip type sack. But yeah, you got through the toughest defense that you could face right now. And if the Seahawks go down, then you definitely defeated the best defense. And there you go. And it's just a wild time right now. It really is. I think this game for me, I'm still kind of a little bummed, I'll be honest with you. I know Patriots fans ultimately aren't going to care, but it would have just been really awesome to watch Drake May versus Bo Nix. That would have been awesome, right? The new era of New England going up against the new era of Denver, and we're being robbed of that right now. So as someone who just is here for the noise, here for the drama, here for the entertainment, I'm bummed for that. Again, I understand New England Patriots fans are going to be like, whatever, sorry, better luck next year. But from a fan's perspective, I'm like, I would have loved to have watched Drake May and Bo Nix duel it out. We're not going to get that. But I will say this. We've been around the block once or twice. don't overlook what Sean Payton can do with the Denver Broncos with a backup quarterback. And Sean Payton has kept him around these last few years. So that's got to mean something. It's got to mean something. Not telling you that he's going to just ball out and prove to everyone that he's the next big deal here, that he's the real deal. But don't start stitching up a new banner just yet. And yeah, what I also really want to hear, I'm curious, and again, we're getting ahead of ourselves because you got to actually get to the Super Bowl, but I am curious, who do you want to face? Who would you prefer to face out of the NFC? Right? What team would you feel, I guess, more confident about, and what team would you, I'm not saying that you're going to fear them, but what team would you feel, I don't know, a little bit more uncomfortable? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. But I mean, yeah, this game was slipping and sliding and massive turnovers, defensive battles, offensive battles, some great plays, some ugly plays. I mean, at some of the points I couldn't even see what was going on because it was getting dark and snowy, and they were showing us Kraft and company in the box, and I couldn't even see them. I'm like, who are we even looking at right now? So pretty crazy game, but a great win. And they're already back in the AFC Championship game, taking on the Denver Broncos on the road against backup quarterback Stidham. Stidham versus Drake May. Who would have thunk it? Not me. But Drake May is the truth. Drake May is elite. Drake May is special. Do not forget it. Even though this was hardly his best game. Hardly his best game. His level of resiliency is already shown to be, honestly, pretty legendary. I know a lot. I can name you like 100 different quarterbacks that would have completely crumbled in this moment, and he simply did not. That's worth its weight in gold. I'll tell you that right now. But those are just my thoughts. I'd absolutely love to hear yours. What do you guys all think about Drake May and the New England Patriots? How you feeling after this win, taking down the Houston Texans? Who do you want to face? How do you feel about going against the Broncos? Jarrett Stidham. Let me know your thoughts. I read every single comment. So whether you agree with me or disagree with me, either way, let's get in some discussions. Let's get in some fights. But ultimately, let's just have some fun. And please do consider subscribing. We're building an amazing community here and absolutely love to see you part of it. I want to build something that we all generally feel connected to. Something that we're really excited to be a part of. I think we're well on our way to doing it. Please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. It really does help with visibility and the algorithm. Thank you so much. See you next time. Now I got the camera. Just give me a second. It's a little bit easier for me to record when the camera's off, when I'm doing my post-game clip and setting everything up. That's why I have the camera off. Yeah, because he's their starting quarterback. You kind of have to just roll with him. Wow, they are drenched. That is a wet snow. Drake May is living Mac Jones's life. Yeah, there were a couple drops, but CJ did not play good. There's just no way to slice it. Can I get... They're so bad at giving me those, like, handshake moments. There it is. I got the back of Drake May's jersey. Like I've been saying, Stroud has been mid at best since his rookie season. Well, he was down his #1 wide receiver and his tight end. We got to be a little bit more forgiving here. Drake May. Should I say Drake May survives? No, I did not, unfortunately, get to do that. I was actually with family. I apologize. What am I naming this videos? Drake May leads New England Patriots back to the AFC Championship. NFL post game. Hold on. How many teams have been down starters in this playoffs alone? Stop making excuses. Okay, buddy. Whatever you say. Drake May leads New England. I didn't see them, FB. Early thoughts on Pats versus Broncos. It's going to be 100% on Sean Payton. Did Sean Payton do his due diligence and get the right backup quarterback over these couple years? Or did he get complacent and just be like, I know Stidham, I've had him for a year or two, and I'm just going to keep him? Because you see what some of these other great coaches do. They went out, when you think about it, the 49ers went out and got Sam Darnold. Smart move, clearly, as what Sam Darnold became to back up Brock Purdy. Kevin O'Connell also got Sam Darnold. 49ers went out and got Mac Jones, right? Like, the Colts went out and got Daniel Jones. The Packers went out and got Malik Willis. They made these smart, calculated decisions. Before Malik Willis took over, last season when Jordan Love went down, I said, I trust Matt LaFleur. He's got Malik Willis here. He decided to do that. I'm confident that he then clearly believes in Malik Willis. And that ended up being correct. So to me, it's all about, did he make the right decision or not? The Commanders were really smart and went out and got Marcus Mariota. He ended up being a great backup. So you either value the backup position or you don't. So we're about to find out. Honestly. We are about to find out. NFL news, NFL live. Hold on. I'll be able to focus with you guys in 1 second, so just uploading the video. If the Texans don't fix their O-line in the offseason, they need to fire their GM. The problem is that same GM built an absolute dominant defense. I mean, that defense is so unbelievable. See? That's why, yeah, Hammy said it. Oh, shoot. Drake May and the New England Patriots. We're going to get hyped for this game, though. We gotta recycle the energy. Texans have everything but the most important part of a team, the offensive line. When their offensive line has been bad for a couple years now. What was their O-line ranked this year? Do you know? Yeah, I'll take a look at it in a second. I want to look at their pass block win rate. O-line, you got an offensive line and a defense. You're going to go far, kid. You're going to go far. All right, let me look that up. Well, actually, hold on. Let me set up the Bears game. Did the kickoff start yet? Nope, not yet. All right. Let me see this real fast. Pass block win rate. Let's see. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. So the Houston Texans have the 30th ranked pass block win rate. It's pretty bad. Their O-line was close to as bad as Joe Burrow's O-line last year. The Chargers, who had the worst offensive line with all their injuries, has a 54% pass block win rate, whereas the Houston Texans have a 56% pass block win rate. So yeah, their O-line is trash. What do you think the Ravens should get as a head coach and coordinator? Honestly, I don't know who's available as a head coach or a coordinator at this moment of time. It's too hard to know. Like for someone like, for instance, Brian Dable is interviewing as both a coordinator and as a head coach. So I think it's so hard to know who's actually available. Until we actually know who's available, who would take a better coordinating job compared to a head coaching job or something, you know, I just think it becomes an impossible question. Oh, Travis, thank goodness gracious you're here. Goodness gracious, Travis. Good golly. We missed you yesterday. I like how they have hot cocoa and chicken broth, apparently, on the sidelines. I don't know who in their right mind wants hot cocoa while you're playing I mean, I guess some of the sugar and stuff, but like, I don't want that in my mouth. I can still understand the broth because it's salty. You gave Drake May an A+. The Birds D-line this year basically carried, but of course we also had others like Quinn, Coop, etc. Well, yeah, Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Hey, electrolytes, they're so popular these days. This is why you got all those things. I got a Wheaties box worth $80 last I checked. How much is yours worth? I don't know. I don't think it's worth anything. Those things always seem like they're going to be worth so much money. Like, a Michael Jordan Wheaties box? That has to be worth so much money. And it's like, you can like easily find them online. All right, Sean McVay, Ben Johnson. Are you ready to see these guys on TV for the entire game? Are you ready for them to show us Sean McVay and Ben Johnson more than any other coach? I can't wait. I can't wait. You can't blame the sack fumbles on him. Makes sense. Right now, how much for a Julian Wheaties box, please? I don't mean to brag, but I was on a Wheaties box. I gotta find it, but I got one somewhere. You're gonna be back after the game, so you're gonna miss the whole game and then come back for the game. And the kickoff. Oh, he's got one man to beat. Oh. Wow, he had like one man to beat. And if he did that, I think it would have just been the kicker, essentially. Fair enough. All right. Caleb Williams. Turbo set. DJ Moore. Look at that. Already down to the 26-yard line. Pickup of 35. That's a really easy play for Caleb. That's the definition of pitch and catch. Oh, yeah. Those are the layups. Those are the layups. Caleb hits those layups. You cannot beat them. And then DeAndre Swift, he fumbled the ball. Well, the refs aren't treating it like it's a fumble. Ooh, that was close because it looked like he was maybe kind of losing it. I don't think it's going to be overturned or anything like that, but he was slightly starting to lose it on his way down. Oh, what the heck was that? That was weird. You think Collinsworth is wearing a turtleneck again? He's got to be wearing a big jacket. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a touchdown. What the heck just happened? He just missed it. He was just afraid of being hit. That should have been, I mean, that was a touchdown. Nah, now they got 2 yards. This is interesting. It's going to be 3rd and 2 now, 3rd and 3. Do they kick the field goal? Looks like they're going to kick the field goal. No, he's staying on the field. I think it's hard to take Jameis Winston too seriously. I'm not saying he's wrong, but Jameis Winston is he's an interesting guy. They're going for it. And Caleb Williams just threw an interception. What the heck was that? What the heck was that? I don't know who he was trying to throw to there. That wasn't even close. He overshot. Was it Loveland, I assume he was trying to hit? That was bad. He did not try to do that. He completely missed his receiver. I would have just kicked the field goal. At that point, you have a chance. You're at home. You go up 3-0. Just take the points. Why is everybody so against taking the points? Just take the points. Kick the field goal. Be up 3-0. You're feeling good. That's what you got to do. Real simple. Take the points. Hey, take the points. And yeah, I know I didn't get a chance to comment when you said Ben Johnson. First Ben Johnson camera appearance in 3, 2, 1. No, we've already seen him like 8 times. They've already showed us to him 8 times. Yes, FB? Take the points. 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 It is not. All right. Now they got the ball. Where do they got the ball at now? Like around the 20, I think. Nothing's going to be automatic, but you still want the points. Was that going to be a 40-yarder? Weren't they like at like the 20? Just saying. Alrighty. Now we get to see Matthew Stafford. Oh, let's see. They're going to show us where he got hit. Oh, No, they're at the 15. Matthew Stafford dropping back, letting it rip. Incomplete. To Puka Nacua. They missed forcible contact in the head and neck area. Should have been a foul and a 15-yard penalty on the interception. 2nd and 10. Matthew Stafford scans the field at the 15. Man in motion. Matthew Stafford looks, rips it to Puka, who's off to the 30-yard line. It doesn't even look that cold right now. I mean, I'm sure it is, but it doesn't look too bad. That's a tough catch for Kyron Williams. Colby Parkinson. Yeah, you were able to see everyone's breath in the Patriots game. That's why I said I'm sure it's cold. I'm just saying it doesn't look like they're experiencing any of it. What, FB? It's -7 Celsius? Celsius? No, it's not. It is most definitely not -7 Celsius. I think there's a little confusion. If you're Canadian, then you should definitely know it's not -7 Celsius. What's the harder matchup? The Rams, for sure. The Rams, to me, are definitely the harder matchup. The Rams have been there. McVay, Stafford. And the defense clearly knows how to disrupt Sam Darnold. I mean, everyone uses Celsius but the U.S. Everyone uses the metric system but the U.S. Wow, they got to call a timeout. Did they call it? Yeah, they got the timeout. I just don't know how. Like, I don't claim to know what the Bears are missing, but that's just submitting my... Oh, wow. Oh, they know. That was weird. We calculate in km instead of miles, Celsius instead of Fahrenheit. It's crazy. Crazy. Well, so far, in 4 quarters and 5 minutes, we've had like like 8 or 9 turnovers from the quarterback, out of the 4 quarterbacks that have played so far. We need Stafford to get a turnover, and it'll be just turnovers galore. That was a good run stop. How coaches would you have above? How many coaches would you have above Vrabel right now? I think it's just Reed and McVay at this point. No, because it's tough because he's a defensive coach and you can't downplay Josh McDaniels. He's that entire offense. He's that entire offense. So I'm not so sure I'm putting Vrabel ahead of Shanahan, Ben Johnson. What about Mike McDonald as well defensively? Ooh. Puka. First down, 1st and 10. Liam Cohen. Great one. Choose love, Puka. Choose love. Very fitting helmet for you. Wow, look at that chunk run for 9. Puka. Nakua. He does have a great name to say. Ooh. Good golly, Miss Molly. Oh, what happened? Go back to full screen. I get that perspective of Vrabel has completely turned around 2 different franchises as soon as he got there. Massively impressive. I'm not saying it's not impressive. I am alive. Tired. Oh, is that a free play? Oh, bad throw to Parkinson. He had him. He missed him. He had Parkinson for a touchdown. Yeah, Mayo was the coach. Second and 10 at the 19. No, not the 19. 16. Do you think... Oh, you retracted the message. Vrabel played for the Patriots. I think he has 3 Super Bowls with them. I didn't go to sleep until like 5 a.m. Do I think CJ will get an extension this offseason? Well, they don't have to because they can just pick up his 5th-year option, right? If I could get CJ at a discount, if him and his agent don't feel that they can get like a big $200+ million contract, and you can get him at some sort of discount, I'd extend him. If not, you got to kind of just wait, but I got my pens. Can you hear the clicking? Wow, how did you just get juked out by Matthew Stafford? Who was that on defense? That was a touchdown. He just straight up dropped. He didn't even drop it. He didn't even touch it. It just like went through his arms. He just like went to like hug it, and he just like went right through him. That is awesome, Sean. Congrats on that. Do you do any sets anymore, or are you retired? That's a touchdown. Hand off touchdown. The defense is just going to be so hard for the Bears. Deshaun Watson is coming to Houston. Drilled it right down the middle. 7-0. Sean, are you at the club again? Touchdown. I'm not doing sets. I stopped after. I don't have the time to put it into it at the level I'd want to be with a wife and kid. But don't you have new material now with the wife and kid? It gives you other things to talk about. Yeah, I would have loved. That's what I talked about in my post-game clip. I would have loved to have seen Bo versus Drake. That would have been awesome. I mean, the conversations write themselves. Dude, people are really annoying when their team wins. I'm gonna be honest with you. Reading the comments on the post-game videos are always a little crazy during the regular season, but in the playoffs, they are next level. It's more about hating the other team so much more than anything else. Like this first comment about New England beating and going back to the AFC Championship game was Drake May just threw 3 more touchdowns than Mahomes and Josh Allen combined versus Texans defense. It's like, what does it have to do with anything right now? What are you talking about right now? It's like, what? Like, if you want to play that game, you could be like CJ Stroud also didn't give them like 5 extra possessions and short fieldage. I believe in your skills, Sean. I believe in your skills. Drake is that guy. Hey, Julian, you probably saw already, but at the post-game interview with Josh was heartbreaking, so I'm glad you made that video of Josh. Yeah, everybody was making fun of the Bills for crying because you saw Josh crying, you saw Dawkins crying, Cooks crying, and it was like weird that people were making fun of that. It's like it's just weird, man. People are weird. Which of these two teams match up better with the Seahawks? The Rams, for sure. It's like no question to me. I'd favor the Seahawks over the Bears big time. The Rams and the Seahawks, it's just an absolute coin flip. Those aren't real fans, Sarah. Those are what is it called when you try to cause up drama? What are they called? When they instigate? Not trolls, it's like a more formal word. No, not trolls. That's what I'm saying. It's a more formal word. They do it at like protests and stuff. I could see it being toxic for sure. Not instigators. There's another word for it. It's like, I'm going to think of this. Provocateurs? Is that it? Is that what I'm thinking of? Oh, burden, moving and shaking. Not provocateurs. Maybe that's what it is. Not agitators. I don't know. All those words are good enough. They're all good. They all work. But yeah, that's what it is. A lot of people just make stuff up. I was thinking about this before. You know how many catfishes there are, fake profiles there are? Do you know how many people make stuff up and pretend that they're like, I'm a Chicago Bears fan, but I think the Bears are the worst team in the NFL? And it's like, okay, sure. I'm a Rams fan, but Stafford is trash. It's like, okay. We could write a new dictionary together. Look at us coming up with all these words. Thoughts on CJ Stroud for the future? Listen, this was not a good game for CJ. But I'd like to see CJ with an actual O-line for just 1 year. Caleb, just use your legs. What are you doing? Oh my gosh. And Loveland with the drop. Just use your legs and get the positive yards, Caleb. Let's see this again. He did have perfect protection. So just run. Just run. It was a bad throw. That's the types of throws that Caleb misses. Oh, I love Jay. He's awesome. I'm so jealous, Sean. If I come down to where you are, oh my God, a bobble catch. Another kind of rough throw. I don't really mean to be so dramatic when I hate on those guys. It's just hard for me as someone who, whole lineage barely survived last time that was popular. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You got tickets for me? Thanks, man. Oh, and a big run by Swift. You got to tell me the places where I can go, where I can stay. Would you put me up at your house? Introduce me to the wife and kids? We can throw the football around. You could run some routes. We'll see what you got. I'll hit you in stride. I got you. Well, their run game is their strength. No doubt about it for the Bears. Oh, my gosh. Big pickup on the block. Flag. This is a free play. Oh, big catch. That's going to stand. He was offsides. That's a free play. I can see that, Dave. Spare room and a bathroom. Sean is hooking it up. I appreciate that. 8,000 square feet? What? Bro, where do you live? You get a lot of bang for your buck out there, don't you? Movie theater in the basement. Sean's got that money. Sean. Whoa, Monon guy. Wow. That was a ferocious run. Sean, you got to give me some tips, man, on how I can get that. The wife. Okay, so you just got to marry. You got to marry the wife who's got that 8,000 square feet movie theater basement money. I got you. I got you. Julian's going to watch Harry Potter in Sean's movie theater. I'd watch a different movie. I'd let Sean pick the movie. Sean, you're a comedy man. What's your favorite comedies? I think it's totally fair, Dave. You know what I realized too, though? I clicked this, but you guys can't hear the game. So it doesn't sound as loud, but when I take this off and it's just me, you guys can hear it more. I got to get a quiet pen that I can click. Third and goal at the 3. Just run it again. I wouldn't be surprised if they just run it back-to-back times here. Well, that's what's a shame, Isaac, that what's his face isn't playing. Bo Nix. Think about it. If that's the case, all 4 quarterbacks got to the championship game. Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, and Drake May. Everybody but J.J. McCarthy and Spencer Radler. One time in high school, my teacher asked if I could please stop drumming, and I said, no, ma'am, I'm trying. Makes sense. The Original Naked Gun, Young Frankenstein, Crashers. Wait, is there something above that? Crashers? Is that Wedding Crashers, or is that something different? Are the Broncos okay? We just got to wait and see. I count it. Bo got the... Oh, it definitely counts for Bo. Oh, I totally agree with that. J.J. McCarthy's got a lot better odds than Spencer Radler. You're right. We were robbed of Jaden, Caleb, Drake, and Bo in the championship. Listen, those guys got to step up. Because, well, hold on. Let's see this play. They handed it off like I thought. They're going nowhere. Well, I was very confident about running it twice, and now that I see that it's 4th and goal and they went nowhere on that run, I'm kind of like, I don't know, maybe kick the field goal. Nah, I'm telling you, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow. I'm telling you, man. I think their true best prime high-level top years are slipping away. So it really is up to Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels. It's up to them to lead us to the entertainment promised land. Germany sincerely is the current safest place I could exist. Not a comedy, but I've watched Predator Badlands 3 times in 4 days. You watch that movie, the same movie, 3 times in 4 days. That's crazy. Do you think it'll ever happen having all 4 play for their Super Bowl spot? You mean like in the AFC Championship game and the NFC Championship game? Well, it is crazy because you got 2 and 2 in both sides. I don't love the decisions that the Commanders are making right now. Those three quarterbacks, The three that are right now, they're set up with the best coach quarterback. They're set up with the best coach team situation right now. Way more than the Commanders are. I really don't. I wouldn't be surprised if they have another down year. Dan Quinn gets fired. And you paid attention the whole time? I couldn't do that. I couldn't watch the same movie 3 times like that. I haven't even seen it once. Yeah, they hired David Blau. Why do they run Monangai more than Swift? Do they, technically? Julian, what do you think of McCarthy being interviewed by Pittsburgh? Listen, I like McCarthy from a stabilizing perspective. Oh, that's crazy if McCarthy is the Steelers head coach and then Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. I'm a sucker for that. I'd love that. They hug it out and they're like, hey, you ready to win a ring one last time? And they're like, let's do it. Bobcat? I was going to go do his voice, but I didn't have the courage to do it. That's a voice that you kind of have to do a bunch of times to try to like fall into it. What do you think will be the play? This play right now coming up? He's got him open. Oh my God, he had him in the flat. But he got him in the back of the end zone anyway for a touchdown. Touchdown, Chicago! I don't have a team. Wow, 12 plays, 80 yards. Big answer. He had him in the flat. I think it was Swift. Wow, beautiful throw. Beautiful throw. Are you am I going to watch the new Game of Thrones show? I didn't even watch House of Dragons. I read the books. I love the books. I liked/loved the show. And I'm confused. The other show, the new show, is it supposed to be a lighter show? Because the trailer I saw made it look like it was like a really light, fun show. But then when I read a review, it said that it was really violent. So I'm just kind of confused. Is it a lighter show or is it truly just as dark as all the other Game of Thrones? But I didn't see House of Dragon. Why do you think it looks bad? It's got comedy. Hey, DJ. I think for me, the Game of Thrones universe, I needed a break from all that endless violence. I'm not anti-violence, but it was like some of the scenarios that they set up, I'm like, ah, man, I'm just trying to watch a show right now. I'm not, like, some of the things that happen in that show, I wouldn't even say out loud right now. I'd be like, ah, okay. I'm like, I can't look at that. Like, this is too much. When is this supposed to take place? Mainly because the main characters, since it's a child and protector type show. I gotta look into it more. Oh, that's his Elden Ring. That's his. I didn't realize that. I love his books. Thank you, Chris. I do not think he is a bad author. You're crazy. Matthew Stafford. Oh, stepping into the pocket. Lets it rip. Intercepted. Oh my gosh. How do you not intercept that? Even Collinsworth was like, look out. Wow. Let's see this again. How did he not intercept this? Wow. That was a pass right to him. Hit him in the hands. Wow. Yeah, the violence is really campy where you start to laugh when you see it sometimes. There's this Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where he's like, it's older, or it's newer / older. Like, I think it came out within the last, like, I don't know, 10 years or something. And it's where, I think it has, like, Johnny Knoxville in it or something, and he's, like, a sheriff or something. I really don't know the story. But there's, like, this big there's big, like, climax scene at the very end where he's, like, protecting the town or something. And some of it is so campy. It's so funny. I just could not stop laughing. That's totally fair, Amber. Lioness on Paramount. You guys are giving me all these things. I got to start writing them down. How many years has Stafford got? I think if Stafford won a Super Bowl, I could see him retiring. But I don't know. It depends. I think he wants to keep playing. I think some of Stafford is what his wife and kids want. Is his wife being like, come on, it's time for you to stop. If she's like, no, baby, keep playing, then I could see him playing, especially even if they win the Super Bowl. If he's like, I can win another one. I can go back to back. Are you kidding me? I got Puka Nacua and Devontae. Like, well, I'm not hanging this up. It all depends on what type of ending he wants, Ooh, nice punt return. Favorite Arnold movie? Ooh, that's a tough one. Terminator 2? Julian, why on First Things First, people like Brew having a vote for MVP and he's always brings the 1 to 2 first playoff performance in, is that justified his choice? I don't think he has a real vote, though. Does he have a real MVP vote? I thought he used to be an MVP voter for basketball. Yeah, that's why I think Matthew Stafford, it's one of those things. I love Last Action Hero movie. Brew has a real MVP vote in the NFL? Are you guys sure? I mean, if he does, that's kind of more evidence why I really don't care about the voting awards. I really don't. Yeah, I don't think he has an NFL MVP. I think Acho did or still does. But I don't think Nick votes. Like, it's all weird how it's done, honestly. But does he still have the vote for the NBA or has that been done now? But I think ultimately, what's also really good? You were talking about Predator. Arnold and Predator. There's one of the best lines in Predator with Jesse Ventura. You can't say it anymore. It's not a line that you're allowed to say. And if you know the line, don't repeat it. But it's so jarring and so random and such a snapshot into the times. It's just funny. Fun fact, did you know it's really cold in Chicago because Bears fans won't? Well, it is pretty cold. How cold was it in Denver yesterday? I haven't seen Prey, but I know it. Like I watched like extended deep dives into those, about those movies. All right, this is a big play. Let's see, 1st and 10. It's snowing now. It's snowing pretty good, heavy now. Oh, they set up the pass. He got the man to beat. Ooh, could not get open. Oh, well, that's good weather then. I've actually never been to Chicago. Oh! Was that another pass behind? Let me look at this again. What did you love about Chicago? Heading into a birthday party, Sean lives the wildest life ever. No, that went nowhere. 3rd and 5, they're punting. He is the club man. Did you ever go to like Second City and see any sketch or improv shows? Good punt. Taking it to the 23. Taking it to the 23. Who be? Thoughts on the NFL going to Dome games? Domes? Yeah, it definitely takes away from it. I think on one side, it makes sense that everything should be neutralized. It's not fair right now that like one one championship game could be played in perfect weather indoors or because it's, 80 degrees and beautiful, while another game could be played in the pouring rain or wind and snow. Like from a competitive standpoint, it's actually really not fair. Let's be honest. It's actually not. It's the same thing with baseball. It makes no sense that each stadium is different. That literally makes no sense. That the field, that the dimensions are completely different makes no sense. Stroud had a rough go at it. I mean, it's not fair that 31 NFL teams don't get altitude advantage. That's true, too. Hello, Carson. We need some more order in this world. We need order. JH1. Oh, that's what I need to look up. I need to see what people are saying about the on the post game about the Patriots. Not a lot of people talking about the Patriots. Seahawks bring on the best defense. CJ Stroud is a bust. I think that the Pats D has been good enough to even out the turnovers all year. They have been lucky in that respect. It's not going to be like that every year, so the Pats have to clean it up. Those frauds end up in the championship game. What does that make the rest of the AFC, I wonder? Drake May, okay. Seattle and or Rams will destroy them. Texans feasted on just defense all season. Their offense is limited. Darnold will get exposed, and Stafford is due to throw bad interceptions. We got some strong takes out there. They're interviewing McDaniel as well, and Dable. Will I be watching the flag football tournament? I don't know. Maybe. I'll probably check it out. Oh, a fumble! Was that an incomplete or a fumble? They called it a fumble. Definitely a fumble. Wow, Bears could have recovered that. That would have been huge. Wow. Every quarterback so far, man, is fumbling and turning the ball over. That was a great throw, Stafford. That was a perfect throw. Whoa! Should have been a fumble. Oh, he just almost got that, the Bears defender. Oh! Just got drilled. Wow. That Pats game got ugly fast. It was fun to watch, but it was ugly. Ooh. Stafford was angry about that sack. I don't know what he was angry about. The score right now is 7-7. Rams got the ball. 2nd and 17. Play clock winding down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They did not call the delay of game. But 3rd and long now. Turnovers were wild. Sean always be partying. Oh, 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 oh. 3rd and 11. Stafford drops back. He's got plenty of time. He's stepping up. He's letting it rip. Oh my gosh, almost an interception again. Wow. 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 Let's look at this again. That was a bad throw. He threw it behind Puka. Should have been intercepted. Stafford could have 2 interceptions and a fumble right now. I mean, that's pretty much what Collinsworth just said. He's like, I'm just throwing it towards Puka. That stats of turnover-worthy plays for this game. Yeah, so it's interesting. So I think, though, for the turnover-worthy plays of PFF, it's only like passing turnover-worthy plays. So like a ball that you just put in harm's way rather than like a fumble that then gets recovered. But Stafford does have 3 turnover-worthy plays right now. Should I start counting? Caleb has 1. Let's keep this chart. Caleb Stafford. 3 TWPs. For Caleb, I think only 1, maybe 2. Those defensive players got short-term memory. They just keep on keeping on. You think Caleb had about 2 turnover-worthy plays? Well, he had the 1 interception for sure. And I'm trying to think, what would have been the other one that almost was intercepted? What's my take on McDermott? What do you mean? Like what they should do with him? I'd be inclined to keep Sean McDermott if there's a way to bring back Brian Dable as the OC. I think Cliff is looking to be a head coach. Chicago Bears. Well, the 1 interception was because his 1 tight end fell down, and that really frazzled him, because that was his first read. That was going to be his dump off pass, and since he fell, he wasn't there, which then also allowed the rusher to be right up in his face. Like that was just kind of blown up, and yeah, he should have just hugged the ball and taken the sack. Ooh. Third down. Third and 2. The snow looks like it slowed down a little bit. Oh, no, never mind. Whoa. First down, Colston Loveland. Chicago. Let's see. I want to see this throw again by Caleb. Oh, yeah, it's a great throw. Great anticipation, confidence. Loveland wasn't even looking. Oh, Burden making a man miss. Loveland is for sure a Ben Johnson golden child. Oh yeah, that was a great pick. He's got a great name, Colston Loveland. The play right there is why Dalton Schultz injury was brutal for the Texans. Yeah, well, that's what they were saying before, right? That he rather have Schultz than Nico, because that's his ultimate security blanket and his the easy passes, the easy completions. Oh, they got a big run here. A big one there. I saw that the whole way. Wow. 17. Oh, they knew exactly what they were doing. Oh, yeah. That was easy. Pitch and catch right there. Whoop. That was calm. I like that line, Dave. Just throw it away. No, he was trying to go for it. Oh, that's a big run. That's a first down. They got to give that a first down. What are they going to give him, a yard short? No, they gave him the first down. I mean, if you're handing the ball off and you're getting 10 yards at a clip, yeah, you keep handing the ball off. You just let your O-line do the dirty work. Oh, replay assist, puts it back, third down. Ooh, they might take a shot. I wouldn't do it. Just get the first down. I get they're missing it, but just get the first down. He didn't get it. Wow. Probably lost a yard. They're going for it again. These are the conversions. If you're going to win this game, you can't get stopped here, you know? You had a couple big plays. You got to get into the end zone. You love that on short downs? Love what, Travis? He got stopped. What the heck was that? Wow. That's why you take the shot. He expects to run with heavy personnel. No, I get it. But their O-line has been bullying them, though. Their O-line had just been bullying them. Have you been watching this game? Or have you been in and out of it? Because I just think the O-line has been bullying the Rams D-line. So that's why I was saying just get it, because I'm just saying just lean on your O-line. Who do you want to see? Hey, by the way, Travis, you're saying that you're a better play caller than Ben Johnson. Who do you want to see play in the Super Bowl? Not who do you think will make it? For me, it's Seattle Pats. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a tough one. No, I get that, Travis. I get it totally. Isn't that the beautiful thing about football? Is that we can all have different opinions and not call each other biased clowns just for having different opinions or not knowing what you're talking about. Who would I rather see? I think having Sam Darnold and the Seahawks in the Super Bowl would be awesome. I think that would be a fascinating story. Honestly, the AFC kind of got ruined for me because of the Bo Nix injury. Like, think about it. We could have had either Bo Nix and Drake May, which would have been awesome, or Patriots-Bills, which would have been awesome. And now we got robbed of both of that. And now it's like, it'll be interesting because if the AFC Championship game isn't competitive and the Patriots win and clearly Stidham is just like not good and can't hang, that just doesn't feel good, personally, from a fan perspective. Not saying that the Patriots don't deserve it by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just a bummer. So then now that really puts pressure on having an awesome Super Bowl and a fascinating Super Bowl. And I think with the Seahawks defense, Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, two like unsung heroes with the Seahawks and the whole redemption arc of Sam. I think a Caleb and a Drake May Super Bowl would be interesting as well. There's all different variations. Let's be serious here. Oh, bad pass to Puka. I mean, if Stidham and the Broncos win that game, it would be wild. Oh my gosh, a dangerous play by Stafford again. Wow. Let's look at this again. Could that have been intercepted too? What was he trying to do here? Oh, that was a bad throw. That could have been. That's another turnover-worthy play. He's had 4 turnover-worthy plays, Matthew Stafford. But now they give a penalty? What? Now it's first down. They didn't even... What was this? Now it says 3rd and 10. What is happening? No, now it changed it to 1st and 10. Ooh, wow. Run got swallowed up. Hey, Harsh. How you doing? Apparently it was illegal hands to the face, and they gave it a first down. Then they tried to show us the replay of it. We didn't see the flag. We didn't hear the mic. We didn't hear the audio. They went to try to show us a replay, and they were like, don't see anything there. And then we saw the handoff. That was weird. Stafford let it rip to nobody. Bears defense. Bears could be up 14-7 or 21-7. They're messing up right now, the Bears. And if they give up a 3rd down conversion after having illegal hands to the face on the other earlier 3rd down, oh, Stafford in trouble with the sack. You think Stafford retires if he goes out with the ring? I was talking about this before. I think it's actually a family decision. He's married and has like 5 kids or something. He wants to play. He wants to keep going. If his wife is telling him, "Come on, it's time for us to, do different things with our life," then I could see him retiring. If his wife is super supportive and is like, "No, go ahead, play as much as you want," he's playing until the wheels fall off. So that's what's so funny too, because about the ring, if you win a ring and you still feel like you can play, you're like, "I'm gonna do this again." You're like, I got some more juice. Let's go. Like Tom Brady did when he won his ring. He could have easily won in Tampa and then said, "Okay, I'm done." Yeah, I don't think Stafford's hurting. Didn't Stafford make some of the most money in NFL? I think Stafford made like the most money in NFL history. which won't last long because, just need like one more contract for like Mahomes and that gets beat. But that's also the thing. When you think about like his body too, like Dave's pointing out, like he's an MVP candidate this year. And so like he's just gonna retire when he's clearly can ball out. Like, I don't know. That's why I'm putting a lot of it like on his wife. If they have like things they want to do with their family when he retires. But if not, he's going to be like, I just put up MVP numbers. I'm I won a Super Bowl. And you think it's time for me to hang it up because it's a fun ending? Yeah, right. I don't care if my final season is me being 1-16. I don't care. I can still ball. Let me do it. Let me do it. If they win a Super Bowl, then yeah, he might retire. That's if his wife is pushing him, I'm telling you. Right now. You're telling me that you could have one of your best seasons of your career. You put up unbelievable numbers. You have Sean McVay, Puka Nacua, Devontae. You just won the Super Bowl, and you have the chance to do it again next year, and you're like, nah, I'm good. See ya. Don't let the prospect of a great ending ruin another chapter of a story. Yeah, you like that bar I just dropped? That's why I keep putting it on his wife. Because if his wife's like, okay, you did it. It's time to hang it up. Then he could be easily convinced. Then it's like, all right. All right. Caleb Williams at the 39-38. Man in motion. Play action. Big throw. Oh, big catch. Wow, that was a nice catch. And a nice throw. What are you laughing at, Travis? My lines? You got to always choose life. Oh, yeah. Nice catch. Nice throw. I've been watching drops like that all weekend. Ooh, good tackle. The Rams are ready for those runs now. Travis got jokes. Travis always goes after the comments. Where's JCT? This is crazy because the Bears have been controlling this game and yet it's tied. Honestly. Bears are messing up a little bit. Caleb's been comfortable. Caleb hasn't used his legs at all. There was a couple moments that I thought Caleb should have just scrambled and picked up the yards, but he kind of forced some of those scramble throws. Yeah, I don't think Caleb has scrambled once yet. No, well, hold on. No, yeah, he hasn't scrambled. They're running the ball pretty well. 6 carries, 33 yards for Swift. 8 carries, 22 yards from Anungai. 14 carries, 55 yards, 2.9 yards per carry. But both of them are based off of big chunks. Swift had the 13-yarder. Monangai had the 15-yarder. It's really those lack of fourth down conversions. The Bears are 1 for 3 on fourth down. It's the difference, man. You convert those. You convert just one more of those, you score a touchdown, or at least you score a field goal. And that's why, if they just kicked field goals, they would at least have another 2 field goals. And they would be up 13-7. Driving now to potentially go up 16-7 or 20-7. Travis, did you know that it's okay to take the points and kick a field goal? Like the fact Williams is the MVP, like he's probably 10-15 at least in the world right now. He's fighting. He's fighting. Got some snow on the field. Here we go, baby. 2nd and 9. 2-minute warning. Oh, a little trickery. A little dump off screen pass. He had a couple blockers, but could not squirt through. Hello, Bear or Bearded. How you doing? Got to take the field goals. Got to take the field goals. People are very extreme with Caleb. They either think he's the greatest quarterback ever or he's a bust. So you kind of get a little bit of everything. Oh, he dropped it. Now they're going for the field goal. Now they're kicking the field goal. Minute 15 to go. Well, it's a 48-yarder. I don't think the conditions are bad. Was that good? What the heck was that? Did you see the camera angle? The camera just like shot up in the air. It was like, did he kick it to the moon? The heck was that? It's like the camera had no idea. I'm like watching and they were like, oh, it's a good kick. And it's like, is it? I was really relying on the fans at that point for the cheers. It's like, what the heck? Hello. Cameraman definitely lost the ball. I mean, he doesn't have to move that much. Aren't you just like slowly panning up? Like you're just like, it's not like baseball where you get a hit and you have to like immediately like follow the ball. It's a field goal. So you're just like slowly. That was crazy. Oh, excuse me. Hello, Spread. How you doing? All right. Can the Rams score here? I like the Falcons head coach hire. I like it. Honestly. Sorry, hold on. I had to catch up. Are you ever going to consider doing videos based off of Cam Newton? I've done a couple of those actually just recently. I posted them on Saturday. I'm interested to see what Penix does with Stefanski. Bears are definitely flying around. What are some big offseason moves you think or hope will happen? I don't know. Honestly. I think it all depends on how this season ends right now. Oh! Big catch and run. People get so upset with you for giving Jalen Hurts credit. It speaks to how the masses are. They just come up with whatever narrative on him. People get mad at me for no matter what I do. Someone got mad at me I made a Bo Nix video that I posted this morning, and someone said one of the dumbest comments ever. I'm going to read it to you. It just shows you how people just make stuff up and have no idea what they're talking about. They said, You look so bummed making this. You might still be devastated that the Bills were robbed, knowing full well that Josh Allen has zero situational football IQ. Perhaps you should just take the week off, then remake this video when you're not so emotionally distraught about this game. I was upset that Bo Nix got injured and is no longer going to be playing. If he watched my post-game video where I went off and did a whole receipt keeping on Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. It was like the bumness is literally coming from the fact that we don't get to watch Bo Nix now. Oh, I gotta. Oh, Stafford stepping up. Oh, they can't tackle him now all of a sudden. Oh, there's a flag on defense. Is it going to be declined or is it going to be tacked on? After the play is over, personal foul. Unnecessary roughness, 15-yard penalty. That's massive. They're in field goal range now. I don't think that was a foul. They just combined into each other. That's a bad call. Collinsworth didn't like that call. You can't make that call in the playoffs right now. Not even close. What did Nick Foles say? Was he like, I got you, put me in, coach? That's actually really funny. That's really funny. That's a great comment. Nine seconds left, 3rd and 10. No timeout. So they take another shot? Yeah, they got another shot. What do we got? 9 seconds, 3rd and 10. He's letting it rip to nobody. 3 seconds left. Now they kick the field goal. So there was that 15-yard penalty. How deep is this field goal going to be? It's obviously a chip shot now, but was it going to be a little bit difficult without that penalty? Even with that penalty, I guess it's still, it would have been what, a 47-yarder? We got ourselves a 10-10 game, baby. 10-10, let's go. No, they're just obsessed. They don't stop. He said the Pats struggle against. Oh, I already saw that. Oh, by the way, we broke him. McVay seems nice, actually. Did you think McVay wasn't nice? You've never seen him talk? Even in any of the interviews? Tom, I'm not honestly, buddy. If you go on a whole Mahomes rant, I'm just gonna mute you because I really don't feel like reading that tonight. I just want to watch football, talk about Rams, talk about the Bears, talk about normal stuff. So if you go on a whole rant and go nuts, I'm not gonna engage in that today. So I'm just letting you know. You get one warning. Who is a Patriot? McVay? The halftime report is the Bears absolutely should be up right now, but they've left the door open. And the Bears should be up by at least one score right now. They can't convert on those 4th downs, and that's really hurt them. And if they take the points, they'd be up. Who do I feel more sorry for? Josh Allen or Bo Nix? Bo Nix for sure. No question, Bo Nix. You don't believe in the Seattle Seahawks? Well, that's what's funny, right? Because I think the Seahawks should genuinely be nervous about the Rams and stuff. But the way how I'm watching this game, I'm like, I don't know, actually. The Bears have been covering, the Bears have been playing awesome defense against Stafford and Puka and Devontae. I mean, absolutely. I know, Sarah, but do you see how they lie and manipulate things? How they're trying to now be like, I don't want diverse opinions or views, or that I only want to talk about one thing. Like that's the way this channel operates, really, considering all the conversations we have. Who's sleeping on the Bears? The Bears should be winning right now. I don't, this is where things get really tight because this now really all officially does come down to, do you make the play? I mean, this sounds so generic, but it really is, do you make the plays? Do you make that catch or does it go off your fingertips? Do you convert that fourth down or do you get stuffed? You got 2 quarters. You got 30 minutes. The score is 10-10. Because that's the difference in this game right now. If the Bears just made a couple plays, they should be up at least a touchdown, if not better decision making. You kick 2 field goals and you're up 16-10. Quite frankly, you could be set up in a way where the Rams don't even score there. And now you're up 13, 16-7, etc. Season high 5 takeaways, most in a game since 2019 for the New England Patriots. That was such a wet snow in New England. Am I concerned with CJ Stroud? I would just like to see him with a better O-line, but even with a bad O-line, he made bad decisions. But then he also made such beautiful throws. So I'm not concerned, but I'm not like, just give him an O-line and he'll be awesome. Like he needs to develop more. He needs to develop. I want to see. He's a guy. He had one of the worst O-lines. I looked up the numbers. We talk about how bad the Chargers O-line was. They had a 2% better pass block win rate than the Chargers. The Texans were ranked 30th in the NFL in pass block win rate. And so that is a real problem. I mean, in this game right now, Collinsworth is saying that Stafford is struggling a bit, and it's because of the protection. It's because they're getting pressure on him. And so when you get pressure regularly on especially a young quarterback, it's going to be trouble. But with all that said, still need better. Which question? CJ doesn't have a top-tier arm. He's not a great runner. He's a decision-making, has to be top tier. He's got an awesome arm. When he's got protection, he can be an elite playmaker from the pocket. Never seen so many premier O-line men getting hurt in my life. It's a tough job. I don't have an answer for the big offseason moves because I think we have to wait and see how the season ends. I mean, looking at the Rams, if Matthew Stafford, if the Rams win a Super Bowl and then Stafford retires, they can't just casually draft their quarterback of the future because they have a win now roster. They would be then in a position to maybe make a play for like maybe Mac Jones, which I don't think the 49ers would be necessarily willingly give up, or a Malik Willis. There's like a lot of weird stuff that could happen. A Tanner McKee, like there's a lot of dominoes to fall that you have to wait to see. Yeah, that was rough with the Chargers, no doubt. Yeah, but who would they trade? You know, if Stafford retires and they make a big trade, who would they go out and get? A Joe Burrow or something? I can't see that with Allen. I could see it happening with Burrow. I'm trying to think, what are some sneaky quarterbacks right now? I think Malik Willis is probably that best potential prospect. And again, maybe Tanner McKee. Trying to think. Because there's no way that a Sean McVay is just going to be like, oh, it's all good. I don't think Sean McVay wants to mess with Kyler Murray at this point. I could see a team like the Steelers getting like a Kyler Murray or something, but I don't think Sean McVay would want a Kyler Murray. Lamar Jackson with Sean McVay, I don't think that's happening. That's not happening. So the Steelers won Aaron back, and apparently in all the exit interviews, they loved Aaron. Everybody spoke so highly of him and really wanted him back. The Vikings and Kyler now? Russell Wilson? No way. That ship has sailed. And I think it would be more likely Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow has like an easier out in Cincinnati. Well, it was weird. I heard Brian Flores interviewed for a DC job, which confused me. The Vikings apparently really want to keep. I mean, obviously they want to keep him, but they think they can. Oh, A-Rod. That would be interesting, but I don't know if McVay. I don't know. That would be interesting, actually. No, but if Stafford retires and you have a chance to go after like a Burrow, you're going to do that. You're going to go after that. Because you clearly have a Super Bowl winning roster at that point. So if you draft your young quarterback of the future, you kind of just have to punt the future a little bit. Not to mention, punting the future in the NFL is a little weird because it's not like the following year or the year after, you're not in a position to draft a quarterback. And especially if you get Burrow, your concerns are injuries for sure. But I don't know. Hello, JCT. How you been? I was asking for you. Hello, John. Well, that's why I think Burrow is more of the play. Call up Tom Brady. All right. Handoff. A nice run for 8. Blake Corum, Kyron Williams. So now you can't, right? Because Phillip Rivers is technically with the Colts. I think they're happy with Tyler Shuck with the Saints. 2nd and 3. Handoff again. He's got the first down. Who can sling it? Oh, yeah, for sure. First and 10. At the 39. Stafford under center. A handoff. That goes nowhere. Defense is fired up for the Bears. Ooh, what about Tua? That's an interesting one. I'm interested to see if there's any coaches that want him there. Oh, McVay was about to call a timeout. Wow, he was about to burn a timeout right then and there. All right, 3rd and short. 3rd and 4. McVay is? Well, he didn't like the personnel. Third and 4. Stafford sees something. He's getting excited. He's changing things up. Bad throw by Stafford. 4th and 4. And a punt. Let's see this again. Wow, he had him. He just straight up missed it. You're saying that was rare? I don't know. He's been off target all game today, Travis. He's got 4 turnover-worthy plays right now. You're saying that was there. It was definitely there. As Collinsworth just said, those are simple plays. Wow, look where this goes out of bounds. Inside the 5. No, Stafford is shaky in weather like this. Stafford easily could have lost in the wild card round. Puka saved that. Now it's up to the Bears to get some momentum offensively. This is where you get to figure out how much do you trust Caleb. Because it's like, even though Stafford has been shaky, I'm like, I still trust Stafford right now. But it's up to Caleb to prove, to show us, no, 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 no. That's just because you don't know yet. Yeah, I mean, how could the weather not be? People were so angry that I said that Stafford could struggle in cold weather. And they were like, you must not watch Stafford. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, I don't know. Oh my God. So tired. Kirk Cousins to the Rams, that'd be interesting. I could see that's an interesting move. That's a move. You've been working hard, Travis. Snow's coming down, 18 degrees. Got like 3 yards. Yeah, but is his wife complaining about all the money? No, it went out like at the 3 yard line. Out of bounds to the side. Second and 7. Wow, he caught that? Wow. But it was just shy of the first down, 3rd and inches. Let's see this. Wow. That was a crazy catch. Oh. That's why I was so confused when I saw that live. I'm like, wait, where's the ball? Did it bounce? The top ref gave it to him, and the bottom ref gave it to him, and I think he's already waving them. He was short. They blew the whistle, and then the second effort gave it to him. That was weird. Oh, no, he got it there. Yeah. Join. Do you know you have almost 33 million views? Yes. You counting my views? I don't see it as my views. I see it as our views. I appreciate that, Jonathan. Thank you. Oh, Caleb. He's got him. Did he catch it? He dropped it. Oh, that's a big drop. You got to come down with that. Swift with a cutback. That was a nice run for 7. Some quarterbacks really do not like to wear it on their wrist. Some are very anti it. 3rd and 2. It's killing the play. Swift, can you get back? Oh, yeah. 1st down. First and 10. Tooney. He's won 4 world champions. It's easier for some quarterbacks to just hear a number from the OC in their helmet. Yeah. You'd also get it out quicker. But it's funny, though. Some quarterbacks feel weirdly insecure about it. Like they're like a lesser quarterback if they have to go off their wrist. That was the whole thing, I think, with Russell Wilson. He didn't want to wear it, and Sean Payton wanted him to wear it. I'm pretty sure that was a thing in Denver. If I remember that correctly. Oh, did he not catch it? Oh, my Lord. I think even if he held on to it, I don't know if his feet would have gotten there. Yeah, I think it always makes sense to wear it, honestly. Keeps communication really easy. Some of those play calls are long. Oh, would that have been a catch? Yeah, it would have been. Because his body was down first, his knees. Now it's 3rd and 6. And Adunze with the drop. Wow. Yeah, I want to see a replay of that drop. Well, that's why you got to score when you have the opportunity to score. That's why you got to kick the field goals. Because now this game's getting weird, man. The offense doesn't look great for the Bears. The Rams' offense is like, feels like at any moment they can score. It's not like the offense for the Rams has been great, but they are just a big play away from Puka Nacua making a great catch and run touchdown. All about the gloves. All about how slippery he was. Brady was all about that. Would anybody want OBJ right now? Casting for your best character? What happened with Julian's Jules? I know. I didn't keep up with that. I needed to keep doing it. I got too into the tiers and the other stuff, honestly. Who do I think the better matchup will be? I just think the Rams always give them a tough matchup. It's a divisional game. The defense obviously is really comfortable going up against Stafford. It's like nothing against the Bears. I just think it's all about the Rams just knowing how to disrupt what Seattle wants to do. And when you look at those two games that they played, it was a wild game. I don't know how anyone could feel comfortable with that with the Seahawks. I think you'll just naturally feel more confident going up against the Bears. Oh, a fumble! Wow! Another turnover-worthy play. Stafford lucky to keep possession is right. Wow. Wow. Got a huge run on that pickup. Matthew Stafford already has 2 fumbles. Good golly, Miss Molly. I just think if you're the Seahawks, you'd rather go up against the younger, more inexperienced team rather than the more mature, experienced team with Stafford, McVay, etc. It's just an advantage that the Seahawks can hold. Again, it's nothing against the Bears. Wow. That was a huge sack fumble, but they still were able to recover it and now get a punt. This defense, man, Dennis Allen coming in hot. They do got the Cat and Mouse game. Collinsworth is awesome. I don't know why anyone hates Collinsworth. Oh, he muffed it, but he got it back. And he's running a little bit, keeping it a little wobbly. Maybe hug it. Hug it. I'm telling you right now. If the Bears don't win this game, it is 100% their fault. They are given the opportunity. The defense is playing good. They're forcing the ball out of Matt's hands. They're making him uncomfortable. The defense is rising to the occasion. Caleb is playing good. The receivers got to come up with some plays, and Ben Johnson has to get things going here. I mean, right now, Stafford's 14 for 27, 155 yards. He's been sacked 4 times. And the 2 fumbles and a 69.2 passer rating. Caleb, 14 for 23, 161 yards, 1 touchdown, the 1 interception, and a 78.4 passer rating. And they're running the ball pretty well still. 19 carries, 77 yards. Caleb only has the 1 carry, which are just the sneak. And the Rams are running the ball well. 11 carries, 48 yards. I mean, the difference in the games are those fourth down conversions. Yeah, but those explosive plays are just going to be really hard in this weather. Unless you're able to get it going in the run game. Here we go, baby. That's real rich, Hog. That's real rich. That's quite rich, buddy. Like looking into a mirror. Uh, 5-yard gain. Second and 6. Got the blockers. Got the first down. Landed on his head again. DJ Moore. The score is 10-10. He goes back to the sideline. At the 35, 1st and 10. Play action. Caleb Williams scrambling. What was that, Caleb Williams? That was a very dangerous throw, buddy. You got to just use your legs and get the positive yards, buddy. Stop looking for that throw. That is definitely a turnover-worthy play. Let's look at this. Oh, that is so bad. That's even worse on that replay. Now they just got a false start. 2nd and 15. Adunze. Second. Yeah, they haven't seen enough of Colson Loveland. That's an interception. Wow. That was a bad throw, bad decision, bad everything. That's 3 turnover-worthy plays for him and 2 interceptions. What was he looking for? I don't know what that was. I wouldn't have made that throw because the score would already be 42-10, and so I'd be just chilling on the sidelines. I'd have the big heavy coat. Backup would be in. I'd be like, I'm good until the NFC Championship game, guys. I'd have someone on the back giving me a massage. I'd be like, yeah, I'm good. I'd be laughing on the sideline. Yeah. Now the Rams have the ball at, what are they, at the 50? They got great field position. And so much of that was set up because of the false start. Where do they got the ball now? I think around the 50. Yeah, at the 50. Oh, Caleb. You were playing pretty good until that. I already forget that first interception. That first interception. Where was it? I forget how it unfolded. Oh, right. Yeah. Right. No, I know now. Yeah, and that was no, and he overshot. I think it was Loveland by like a mile. Both quarterbacks are not playing well at all. And I don't even want to. I'm not even blaming the weather here for this, honestly. I'm really not. They're making bad decisions and just bad throws right now. Caleb was playing pretty well. I mean, both quarterbacks have made nice throws, right? Both quarterbacks have had their moments, but this is not high level quarterback play right now. Stafford could have legitimately a couple interceptions right now, and the fumbles. The one fumble I won't give him himself. He got kind of lit up from behind. But I mean, hasn't been the best. Hasn't been the best. Well, at this point, it's funny. I wouldn't say the Rams are lucky. I would just say that the Bears weren't good enough to take advantage. You know? Oh, that was another almost interception. Wow. What is happening? 6 turnover. Wow. Collinsworth is talking about it right now. Collinsworth is like, I've never seen this from Matthew Stafford before. He has 6 turnover-worthy plays right now. Stafford sees something. He's changing it up. Wow. Nowhere to go with the ball. They got the ball at 50, and they had 3 straight incompletions. And now they're going to punt. The secondary's doing awesome. Wow. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, baby. And in the back of the end zone. So, Travis, this is a combo. This is a combo between great defensive games, and I feel like a little shaky quarterback play. A little shaky. A little shaky. A little herky-jerky. I just think we sometimes take for granted that it's so hard in the playoffs. And that's why we do see a lot of these teams, quarterback, whatever it may be, have just. I think that's why we should elevate the great games more than anything. When you see a great game, win or lose, you have to just appreciate the performance, no matter what. Because in any given moment, we could be watching a game where it's just what's it called? Where it just gets weird. Just think about the Patriots game, Patriots versus the Texans. Again, there were some really nice plays there, but there was also a lot of moments when you were just this is kind of crazy, no? I mean, Troy Aikman was kind of just it just seems like CJ is just throwing and hoping for the best. And that's just such a crazy spot to be in as a quarterback, where you're literally just calling hike and you're like, I don't know if anyone's going to catch us on my team, but let me just let it rip and hope for the best. That's literally what you do if you never played a sport. It's literally what you do in a video game then. You're just I don't know. Let me just launch it down the field and see what happens. And you're like, dude, there's real stakes here right now. You're trying to win a playoff game. You're trying to win a Super Bowl. And you actually have a whole team relying on you. It's not just you in a video game right now. Why do you blame D'Amico? All right, at the 20. Wow, Burden just to not take a loss. That was really hard. Ben Johnson keeps trying to set up these screens, and they're just not working. Everyone keeps looking at their finger. Everyone's like, my finger. That's fair, Chris. But that defense is legit, though. That defense is doing the job. Oh, that's a nice little cutback run for 8. The Bears haven't been able to run consistently. They keep getting these nice little chunks, but then they can't, get those 3-yard. They can't, build off it. This 3rd and 3 play, there's no sense to me right now that they could hand the ball off and get these 3 yards. Caleb's flushed out of the pocket. Whoa, and he got him on the throw, finally. Was able to make a nice little scramble throw on the run. That's a better way to put it. They've been bad in short yardage. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Whoop, because even now I'm like, Caleb, just kind of run. Every time he gets flushed out of the pocket, he can't turn the corner. There's going to be a serious talk about getting a quarterback. Are you talking about for the Texans? Two seconds. 1 second. They got it off. No, there you go. Got about 4 yards there. The run game, they've had to work hard for their rushing yards for sure. It reminds me of Saquon against the 49ers. We had a good game, and so much of that was him making guys miss and doing everything he could right now. 2nd and 6. Another hand. Nope. Fake. Caleb keeping the ball. See, did he get the first down or just short? This is what I think Caleb needs to do. They gave him the first down. Oh, yeah, they definitely gave him the first down. And Collinsworth just said, that's what we've been waiting for. Oh, just short of the first down. Oh, mama, 3rd and 1. They have just not been good in this situation at all. And now you're definitely in that weird spot where you go for it on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. Travis said they needed to start taking shots. Is this the moment, Travis? Wow! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They can't get those short yardage. At that point, they just need to do a design run. Are they going to go for it now? What's the down? How much of a loss did they give them? 4th and 2. Do they go for it here now? Where are they at? They're at midfield again. They're at their own 45. Ben Johnson's not doing any misdirection or any. He did some misdirection in on the one of the first opening drives. And now they're not doing like any type of misdirection. Wow. 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 I'm just surprised they keep struggling with that and they're just kind of seemingly going back to the same well. And it's not working for them. Again, man, this is the difference between winning and losing. Converting this down, getting points. And now if they're 4th and 2 and they don't punt and they go for it and don't get it, it's just, this would be their fourth down going for it. And they're 1 for 3. I mean, your defense did such a great job to bail you out from the interception at midfield. And the problem is now, Ben Johnson, you start to get confident that your defense can stop you, can help you. But like I said, they are still just one big throw away from being down 7. Like, that's what happens. Yeah, well, on 3rd and 1, I'm surprised they're not doing any sneaks. And they're showing the run so much. I forget who that was. Was that Manon guy? It looked like he was like 30 yards away from when he was getting the ball. Like he was just like, I just got to run full speed. JCT, are you here? Travis here? I'm curious. What are they going to do here? Are they punting or are they going for it? I don't know. Nope, they're punting. It's the right call. But it's a huge missed opportunity. Huge missed opportunity. Yeah, Ben is insane. All right. Let's see what they got. Los Angeles Rams at their own 9. Man in motion. Puka, a handoff. And he gets a big run. Wow. Really pushed the pile. Got 7. When will LA get Adams and Puka involved? Bears secondary really looks good. There was a couple opportunities that were missed by Stafford, but also the Bears have done a great job of swallowing them up. And a first down. All right, they're at the 21-yard line, 1st and 10. Well, and that's also the thing. They can't force those turnovers. They keep getting the opportunity for the turnovers, but they haven't been able to actually get them and then get good field position. Oh, yeah. Swallowed him up on that run. 2nd and 10. Stafford overthrew him. Devontae, the one throw. I think they tried to hit him in the end zone. These guys, 3 targets. 2nd and 10. Oh, yeah. Parkinson, huge gain. Now all the way down to the 45-yard line. Oh, yeah. Look at that. A 5-yard pass going for like 40. And now a nice little chunk run of 4 yards. Second down. Second and 6. Now all the pressure's back on the Bears defense that's been playing great. But the offense just can't sustain drives, can't put up points. And now the Rams are really comfortable. 2nd and 6, moving the ball. Oh my gosh! Another almost interception. They just can't come down with the turnovers. They just can't get them. Oh my God. Wow. 4 down territory, maybe. Ooh, to Puka. See, it's a difference between forcing the turnover and not. Now they're definitely in field goal range. Oh, yeah, Blake Corum picking up that blitz. That was a massive first down. Whoa, weird snap. Second and 10, incomplete. Why would my opinion change after the video? Second and 10. Whoa, interception! Interception! An interception! The refs have no idea what's happening right now. gosh, we got to see this now. I don't know. Wow. Oh, now they're going to call that. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, he's obviously down. That's so funny how you want to change the way how you see this play now. Oh. Oh, that's so interesting. Oh. I see now. Oh. I gotcha now. Oh, I gotcha now. Makes so much sense. Oh, okay. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So funny how everyone's tune changes depending on who they're rooting for. Ah, so interesting. So interesting. That's so crazy. So crazy. 2nd and 6. And a handoff. Wow, he's able to keep fighting for those yards. 3rd and 1. Oh! Wow. Big defensive play. Are they kicking a field goal here? Or are they going for it? They're going for it. This is big. This is big. Oh, Puka Nakua fighting for it for the first down. He had the tackle. He had the tackle. Here we go. 1st and goal at the 5. Oh, he's got it. He's got the touchdown. The Rams take the lead. Kyron Williams did a ton of that on that drive. Now the Bears are where they like to be, down in the 4th quarter. Wow, 7 of the 14 plays were run by Kyron Williams. And he had to fight for every yard. Well, they were too aggressive. I think they were too aggressive early, but then they also didn't take advantage of the opportunities that they had. Matthew Stafford gave them opportunities for turnovers. They haven't been able to come down with them. And then you had your defense help you out, get you good field position. And then you weren't able to do anything with it. You just, at this point, the Bears literally can't do anything offensively. How are you going to win the game? You can't score points. Now you're down 7. Trying to find. No, you're not. I'm not. You're not blaming anything on Caleb's finger right now. That's crazy. No way. I mean, they can't run on any short yardage situations. They keep getting stuffed. Nice little run, nice little kick return. Fourteen lead changes in fourth quarter. 5 teams have won after trailing in the final 3 minutes. Both most in postseason history. Hola. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. The 35. Caleb, just run. Oh my gosh. Caleb keeps trying to make some big play. Just take off with your legs. And then throws a rocket at him. That could have been picked off. This half, he's 2 for 8 for 15 yards and an interception. Oh, Caleb! I told you! I told you! I told you! I told you! Why is he doing that not until the fourth quarter with 8 minutes to go, down by 7? Oh! Swift got twisted around, man, in a blender. He had many moments to run. He had moments to run in the first, second, and third. Hello, Ben. Another handoff. Oh, got 3 yards. Now we're at 3rd and short. 3rd and 3. Under 7 minutes to go. Do you think Dan Campbell watching the game right now? I wonder how much of these guys are watching these games, or if they're just like, I don't care. I can't watch. 3rd and 1. Oh, you got a healthy little spot there. What are they going to do now? 3rd and 1. Oh, he got it finally. They gave it to him. They're waving him. Wow, finally got it. If Caleb kept it, he could have gone too. See, if Caleb kept it, he's going off for like 10, 15 yards. Oh my gosh, they can't catch any of those difficult plays. Loveland with the drop. I mean, at least gets you 5 yards, 6 yards. Some of them are real drops. Some of them are just kind of these like tough, quick throws that you're just like, you know, they're not like clear-cut drops where you're just like, oh my gosh, like the touchdown drop. What the heck was that? Now you're going for broke in the end zone? Yeah, 3 tight ends to throw deep. Ben Johnson's trying to outsmart everyone right now. Oh, did he get both feet down? Wow, big time throw. Did he definitely get down? There's a flag. Roughing the passer. Wow. Half the distance of the goal. They're at the 5-yard line. Wow. Let's see this again. Ooh, that's close to if he caught her now. 1, 2. He just got that other foot down. Oh, yeah, that was a late hit and a half. All right, now they're at the 5-yard line at 1st and goal. It's getting crazy. What are they looking to do here? Swift for 2 yards. This is where the O-line has to just be it, man. The O-line has to be it. You're 1st and 5 in the goal. They got to tie this game up so we can get some wild action in the last 4 minutes of this game right now. Ben Johnson actually looks more nervous than I've ever seen him. He looks more uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, they gave him a bad spot. They gave him like a yard. I think he got closer to that though. Nah, he looks a little jittery. He just looks a little different. They're 1.5 yards away. Oh my gosh, Swift. Wow. I'm not liking any of this. You almost got a face mask. Ooh. Wow. Wow. Broke it up. Wow. That was a bad series. What'd you think of that, Travis? Wow. What were they trying to do there? That that was a bad set of downs right there. I mean, they were trying. I thought we would get a lot more from Ben there. They were trying to do what they've been struggling to do all game. Yeah, Ben Johnson hasn't done anything that's even remotely cute or trickery, creative. Well, they got 3 timeouts and they got great field position, or like defensively field position because they're obviously backed up at their own end zone. So if you force them, you force the punt here. But what position do you think is the toughest position in the game? The toughest position in the game. Well, physically, mentally, like in what way? Does he not trust Caleb to be able to make that decision? I know, but I'm saying trust him to make that decision in this game, in this moment, is my point. I'm not saying in general. Yeah, Collinsworth's talking about it now. Not using Caleb's legs to put any pressure on the defense. Seems like we're all thinking the same thing. Wow, and a huge first down run. That was huge. 2 minutes and 52 seconds to go. 1st and 10. Got 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. Oh, big loss. 2nd down. I guess they called their timeout. No, they didn't. Wow, that was such a huge missed opportunity. You realize, though, if they actually just kicked the field goals rather than going for all those 4th downs, they would have scored 9 points, and the score could be 19-17 right now. Now you get to the 2-minute warning. 3rd down. I mean, this is the game right here. Oh, he called the timeout before the 2-minute warning. You think that was a bad timeout? I don't know. I think it's kind of, one or the other at that point. 3rd and 10. It's all coming down to this. 3rd and 10. A handoff. Oh, big stop. 2-minute warning, 4th down, 1 timeout for Chicago. Sean McVay said, Stafford, I've been seeing the way you've been playing. I do not trust you to throw right now. I mean, Stafford's put the ball in harm's way 7 times today. Matthew Stafford is 17 for 36. 215 yards, 4 sacks, and a 66.3 passer rating. Caleb Williams, not having much of a better day. 16 for 31, 187 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, and a 54.1 passer rating. So the one thing with the clock, though, is interesting. If you stop it a little bit earlier on the 2-minute warning, you have a potential better chance of it not bleeding into like 157, 156. Like I'd like to see the math and the metrics on that to figure out when's the best time to call that timeout. If you wait to the 2-minute warning or you do after, I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, and you throw a change up on a mid draw, maybe you get 6-7 yards or break him down. 2-minute warning. I think the Seahawks like miles ahead of these teams. I think that's tough because we saw the Seahawks recently play against the 49ers, who are just decimated with injuries and are just not good enough. So right now, it feels like they're better. And just remember how competitive the Seahawks and the Rams looked against each other. And the weather is not going to be anywhere as bad as this. And Stafford, they struggle in the cold weather. And it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be freezing in Seattle. Isn't it going to be like 60s or something, 70s? I don't really know the weather in Seattle, but I assumed it's going to be more moderate. And that Rams defense knows, they know Sam Darnold. Yeah, he has looked shaky in both playoffs games. He's made some great throws, but it's also been pretty bad at times as well. Now you got to punt. 2 minutes to go. Do they go for a block? Nope. Not a good kick at all at the 50. Wow. A minute 50 to go. One timeout, 50 yards. 4 down territory. This is 100% all Caleb Williams and all Ben Johnson. What do you have? You are at home. You are trailing in the fourth, down by a touchdown. I'm putting a lot of this on Ben Johnson right now. What do you got? What do you got? You're at the 50-yard line on the dot. Man in motion. Turbo set. Caleb Williams with the ball. Oh my gosh! Almost intercepted and almost caught. Oh my goodness gracious! He hit his hands and then he bobbled it in the air that then almost intercepted. Wow, that play could have been great for both teams, honestly. Oh, big strike. You got to get up, buddy. Loveland is banged up now. Wow. Well, that's not good. Oh, big run. Oh, big run. Oh, taken to the 18. Wow. You go for the tie. You just kick the extra point. But you guys are getting too ahead of yourselves right now. You 100% kick the field goal. The extra point. Wow. They're letting it rip. Second down. Hurry up, Ben Johnson is saying. What are you doing? 39, 38, 37. Oh my gosh. You gotta hit that throw. You catch that, you're first down, 1st and 10 with 30 seconds to go. Clock stopped. Really important miss by Caleb Williams that Ben Johnson just said. That's what happens, man. You can't miss those layups. You can't miss those layups. What was that throw? Now it's 4th and 4. Wow. All because you miss a layup. You miss a layup, it's 1st and 10. One timeout, 30 seconds to go. That's just the problem, man. You just can't have those moments. You just can't miss those moments. That's what Caleb Williams has done all year. And that's why people keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. He makes up for it. And it's like, no, you got to hit the layups. This is exactly why I kept arguing. Nick tried to make a whole statistical argument about like being able to shoot 40% from the 3 is better than 50% from the mid-range. And it's like, that's not how football works. You gotta hit the layups. You gotta hit those layups. Honestly, those layups end up being more important than the spectacular plays. They really are. It's that simple. He's flushed out. Oh my gosh, he's got nowhere to go with it. What is going on? What is that? What is that? That is the luckiest thing in the history of the world. That is the luckiest thing in the history of the world. That is the luckiest and craziest thing in the world. That is the luckiest, and you are definitely kicking the extra point. You are without a doubt kicking the extra point. Travis, is that skill or luck? Hold on, though. The extra point. Oh, my gosh. This is insane. I don't understand how that just happened. It was luck and skill because you got to be able to make that throw and scramble, but my goodness. Wow. This was, oh my goodness. Wow. 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 This is insane. That should have been roughing the passer, and then they could have been on the 1 yard line to go for 2. That was a tough catch from Komet. Wow. How is that Cole Komet's first target of the whole night? Why would you not kick the ball into the back of the end zone? Oh, and he got crushed. They got 2 timeouts, though. They could be in field goal range. If anyone can do it, this is what I said. You got like 15 seconds left. Who would you rather have? I said Matthew Stafford. I made that video. Clown's going to clown. They're already just a play away. Oh, they're taking a knee. Wow. They didn't even want to run one play. That's crazy. Wow. He's not trusting Stafford. Wow. Wow. Now we got the coin toss. Now we got the coin toss. They're making Stafford come out for the coin flip? That's crazy. I think I'm not going out for the coin flip. Someone else do it. Bears win the coin toss. All right. All right. This is nuts. We got another overtime game. What's the record for the most overtimes in a playoff game? I can't believe the Rams didn't run a play. 13 seconds, there's clearly, and they have 2 timeouts. They clearly could have just been like, we're throwing a deep ball to Puka. I mean, like, you could even do like a Hail Mary type of play because you can still call a timeout. And even if it gets intercepted, the Bears they don't have any timeouts, so they're not, as long as you throw it deep enough. Again, that's where you just trust Stafford. Because they were at the 35-yard line. You're literally one throw away from being in field goal range. Literally one throw away. And it's not like a crazy, like, 60-yard bomb down the field. Like, Matthew Stafford has a gigantic arm. You got Puka Nacua. You got Devontae. Like I said, I'd be inclined at that point just to even do a pseudo Hail Mary. Not because you're trying to get it into the end zone, but you just throw, I don't know, you just throw a go ball to Puka. And just say, Puka, come down with the ball. If you catch this, we win this game. We call a timeout. We kick a field goal. We win. Wow. 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 You can't say it was heartbreaking for the Rams. The game's not over. Why are you guys acting like the game's over? Haven't we watched enough football at this point to know that it ain't over? It ain't over. Oh, almost squirt on through. Taking that to 26. Wow. All right, Matthew Stafford, overtime, baby. Let's go, baby. 1st and 10. What do you got? A handoff. Wow. Williams. Wow. Again, that could have been a gain for nothing that then gets taken to for like an 8-yard gain. They get those 1st down runs so well. A 7-yard gain. Now, just like that, 2nd and 3. Oh, I am. 2nd and 3. Stafford checked out of it, moving guys around. Another handoff. 3rd and short. That was a run audible. They're converting this 1st down. They bring their big people up. Blake Corum. Oh my God, they had him. Whoa, oh my gosh. He almost squirted through. So slippery. Wow is right. Wow. Oh, he almost slipped through. Do you see that? He had it. He almost slipped through. Oh. Wow. He called a fair catch. Wow, he had some space. Wow. What is going on? This is crazy. This is crazy. Now again, what do you got, Caleb? What do you got? Ben Johnson, what do you got? Because now you're in tough territory. You're inside your own 15. You got to get a first down or two. Oh, first down. Wow. I would have just kept it and run. This game is stressful. Oh, he's definitely still in bounds on first down. Oh, big loss for a 4 or 3 or 2 or 1. Wow. Oh, is that the most important thing that Caleb can do? Stay level-headed? Thank you, Kaylee. This is such important information right now. Can we please just watch the game? Make no mistake about it. Nick abandoned Caleb, and so did Colin Cowherd. Me and Travis were fighting people in the comment section. They were saying he's a bust. And I said the bro can't hit his layups, and I said that early in the season, and I was right about that too. He still can't hit his layups. Oh, he got drilled, but the first down. Wow. Wow. Ooh. Oh, just got the first down by a yard. I heard that about May. It was like, what are they talking about right now? Ooh, fighting. Fighting, Manungai. Fighting. I don't know if he really got hit in the shoulder. It looked like it was more lower body. Oh, wow. Swift going backwards. 3-yard loss. 3rd and 7. Wow. That was a bad play. Couldn't get any blocking. Oh, he's short. He's short, though. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Wow. They've been so bad at this. Wow. Whoa! Caleb sneaking on by. Caleb, don't be celebrating right now. Don't be walking forward and looking into the crowd. You got to get more yards. I don't think he called his own number. That was Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson should have called that about 3 quarters ago, and you wouldn't have been in this situation. Now you're at the 50. Oh, my gosh. Ugh. I got 3 yards. 2nd and 7. Wow. Everyone's afraid to breathe in Chicago right now. Everyone is so uncomfortable right now in this crowd. They are so quiet. He just threw an interception. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you even calling that right now? Your quarterback has been inconsistent. Just do layup, layup, layup. Wow. And talk about the catch for that interception. Wow. Wow. I just don't know why you're not leaning on layups right now. Wow. Wow. But I don't like the play call. I just be conservative. You're just like 5 yards away from being in field goal range. Wow. 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 This is outrageous. They call that a catch? Wow. I can't believe Devontae just count that. Yeah, but Travis, I just think you dink and dunk your way into field goal range. That's a catch. Thank you, Tanya. He's got that catch. That's a crazy catch, too. Wow. 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 The Bears are about to lose in heartbreaking fashion right now. They had this game. Wow. 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 Unbelievable. I mean, they're where the Bears were. Let's see the play call in here. Oh, he's able to get the run. Wow, what happened? Did the ball get batted down? What the heck was that? I couldn't even see. What happened there? Oh, yeah, that got batted down right away. The camera. Here we go. 3rd and 6. Oh, they called a timeout. Unbelievable. You know, Travis, that's also the thing. They had 3 timeouts. They could have maybe called a timeout, get the right play, get everyone on the same page. It's what McVay did. 3rd and 6. Oh, he slips through and more. They can't get him down. Wow. 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 Puka Nacua is wide open. Look at that. Sean McVay. Sean McVay. I mean, now you are just praying for a missed field goal at this point. The heck was that? They call a timeout? See how McVay's using his timeouts. I'm going to talk about that in my post game. I mean, the Bears had it. Everything was kind of getting all sped up. Call the timeout. Slow your team down. Make sure you have exactly what you want. You're like 10 yards away from being in field goal range. They did that. They got Puka wide open. Even in this play now, 2nd and 7, they were like, I'm going to use another timeout. Woo! Execution, execution, execution. Wow. They're trying to really go for broke Parkinson. Well, it's got to be a handoff here. Look how close they are into that field goal. What's it going to be, like a 40-yarder? No, they're throwing. Wow. Why are they taking those shots? Travis, why do you think they're taking all those shots right now? All right, this is the game. Is they going to ice them or are they just going to do it? And it's good. Wow. I got to go make my video. Wow. All right, I got to make my video. I got to make my video. The Los Angeles Rams just took down the Chicago Bears and spoiled that man's hero's journey right there. Listen, both quarterbacks got a little rough around the edges. It was a great defensive battle. But Caleb bailed you out. He missed his layups. Unfortunately, he missed his layups, and that could also hurt you. But on that drive, he bailed you out on the missed layups and still got that touchdown to tie the game. And now you are in a position, your defense gets the stop. You're in the position to kick the field goal. You have 3 timeouts in the pocket, and you just let everything kind of get sped up. You get everything sped up. You got to dial. This is where you got to be smart. This is where you got to be strategic. This is where taking care of the ball is absolutely positively as important as you possibly can. And look what McVay did on that final drive. He used his timeouts. He was smart. He had Puka wide open. He knew what he needed to do. He knew when he didn't have the right person on the right play in. He called timeout immediately. He got the play and did what he needed to do. That's what the Bears needed to do in that moment. They're literally, 10 yards away from kicking a field goal and going to the NFC Championship game. And quite frankly, that's just the end of it. Because the defense was playing great. Matthew Stafford was not playing well. We were counting, I live streamed this game. We were up to 7 or 8 turnover-worthy plays. But you couldn't take advantage of any of them. And then Caleb throws the 1 interception. And your defense bails you out now at midfield, forcing a 3-and-out. And they just were never able to take advantage of any of those opportunities. They left the door open again and again and again. They could not convert on fourth downs. They didn't wait. They waited until the final, 5 minutes to finally start using Caleb's legs? I mean, Collinsworth was even talking about it in the broadcast where he's just like, what are they doing? This is what, when he finally did it, he's like, this is what we've been waiting for. You're not putting any stress on the defense. It's very fascinating to see. It really is, because the Rams left the door wide open for the Bears to win, and the Bears left the door wide open for the Rams to win. And ultimately, on the final drives of the overtime for the Bears' final drive and the Rams' final drive, you saw then coaching. You then saw Sean McVay. He's there. He's there. He's been there before. He understood how this needed to unfold in that moment of time. And that ultimately ended up being the difference, even though the difference shouldn't have been there. Because first off, the fact that they couldn't convert any of those fourth downs, and they were some stuff, so it wasn't even close. And you could also just kick field goals, get the points. If you kick field goals, you win this game. They left probably, 9 points on the board in field goals alone? We could argue 12 because of the mismanagement there. This will sting. This will sting. Caleb had an absolute heroic moment that was unbelievable. But ultimately, since it's now a loss, it's like, doesn't matter. It'll be cool. It'll be a fun highlight. They'll show it in the middle of a game in week 7, on a primetime game. And be like, well, we know what Caleb's capable of doing, and they'll show that replay. But it all ends up being for nothing. And it's tragic. It's a bummer. I mean, listen, man, it's a tough day for the Caleb haters, for all the people that said that Caleb is a bust and this and that. And that interception was not on him. That interception was not on him. It was not on him. You can blame the receiver, and I blame coaching. But that's where you just have to be smart. In those moments, I want those schemed throws. I want everyone on the same page. Everyone on the same page. You are 10 yards away from the promised land. Call a timeout. Slow things down. Let everyone catch their breath. Get the exact play that you want. That's what Sean McVay did for the Los Angeles Rams, and that is why they kicked the field goal to win. In a game that, like I said, this was hardly just elite play all around. And truthfully, Caleb made the big plays. I mean, you lost a game that you held Matthew Stafford 20 for 42, 258 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 4 sacks, 67.4 passer rating. And you forced 2 fumbles on him. Couldn't recover any of them. He gave you, again, 5 or 6 throws that could have been intercepted. Couldn't come down with any of them. Caleb has 3 interceptions. 2 of them his fault. But 23 for 42, 257 yards, 5 carries for 40. They were getting the run game going. They couldn't get any of the short yardage there. Just crazy. But, again, at the end of the day, in the biggest moments, Puka Nacua makes a big catch and run. Could not be stopped. Devontae Adams did nothing that entire game and then makes an unbelievable catch. An unbelievable catch. It's like, that's what these games get reduced down to. Do you make that final play? Matthew Stafford was missing receivers all night, but it didn't matter. He made the throw. Devontae can't get open. Devontae was targeted 6 times, had 2 catches. Didn't matter. Made that catch when it mattered most. Made that catch when it mattered most. Puka never really had any heartbreaking moments when you were like, oh my gosh, we just got torched by Puka. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. After that timeout, Sean McVay sets Puka up. Boom. Wide open first down and more. It just comes down to all that. And there was never any of those moments for the Chicago Bears. There really wasn't. I can't really point to any of those true moments in the game. I really can't. So that's going to sting until September. That is going to sting until September. But the Los Angeles Rams got it done. They showed their experience. They showed their veteranship. And they were ultimately able to endure their own mistakes, whereas the Bears simply were not. Even the interception on Caleb on that final play, even though it wasn't Caleb's fault, the interception itself was a wild catch. I mean, that was an unbelievable interception. I forget who it was now. Was it Durant? Who was it? Oh, Curl, right? I think it was Curl who caught that. I mean, that was an unbelievable catch. That was the catch of the game, honestly. If we're being honest with ourselves, they made the plays. They made the plays. And if you're going to be well coached, if you're going to have great players, and you're going to make the plays in the most important moments, you're going to win big, you're going to win small, you're going to win ugly, you're going to win in bad weather, you're going to win in perfect weather. And if the other team is going to leave the door open, they're going to be able to walk through it. They're going to be able to walk through it. So crazy, crazy, crazy overtime game. Devastated for the Chicago Bears. Excited for the Los Angeles Rams. Now we got the rematch. The third time's a charm for the Rams and the Seahawks. We'll see how that game goes down. It's a bummer. But I think Bears fans should be excited. Bears fans should be happy. I know they're bummed. I know this is heartbreaking. I know this is a bummer. You really are going in the right direction. You really did take a massive step forward. You should feel good about that. You should feel great about that. You should feel confident about that. You should feel excited about that. Ben Johnson needs to grow, not only as a play caller, but as a head coach in those moments, because that was not his responsibility in the past. And even Sean McVay struggled. Sean McVay struggled in these moments originally. He talked about it before, that he was completely outcoached in the Super Bowl. He outsmarted himself. He overthought it. And that'll also be part of Ben Johnson's journey a little bit. And Caleb Williams needs to get better. He's got to hit those layups. He's been able to make up for some of those missed layups, which are awesome. But you got to hit the layups. You got to hit the layups. The layups, more often than not, are the difference between winning and losing. Whereas these other crazy plays are fun. They're exciting. But if you're expecting Caleb to be able to make that scramble throw it blindly, and hit a tight end in the back of the end zone, if you're relying on that to win you games, you're in trouble. I'm just telling you right now, they're exciting, they're amazing, they're historic. They feel that it's legendary building. But you hit the layups. You hit the layups. I mean, Collinsworth was blown away by how many bad throws that Stafford was making. He goes, I just can't remember seeing Stafford miss this many throws like this. But then on the game-winning drive, it's just layups. It's just hitting the layups, hitting the throws. Just making sure that you're giving your receiver, your players, a chance. You move the chains, kick the field goal, win the game. There was no crazy, wild scramble throw from Matthew Stafford, right? There was none of that heroic moment. But he wins the game. That's the power of play calling, and that's the power of layups. And it's not to say that they never have to call on a Stafford to do those types of crazy moments. But when you take care of the fundamentals, when you take care of the elementary aspect, it just sets you up. So, tough one for the Bears. Again, super exciting for the Rams. And now we're on to the AFC Championship game and the NFC Championship game. Defense held them to 20. This absolutely crushed you. 3 for 6. They only went on 4th down once. You went for it on 6 times. It's a bummer. That's a bummer. But you will be stronger. You will rise again. But those are just my thoughts. I'd absolutely love to hear yours. What did you guys all think about this insane ending? Let me know your thoughts. I read every single comment. So whether you agree with me or disagree with me, either way, let's get in some discussions. Let's get in some fights. But ultimately, let's just have some fun. And please do consider subscribing. We are building an amazing community here, and I absolutely love to see you part of it. I want to build something that we all generally feel connected to. Something that we're really excited to be part of. I think we're well on our way to doing it. And please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, as it really does help the visibility and the algorithm. Thank you so much. See you next time. Who trashed me? Who trashed me? I want to know who trashed me. Now you got to tell me who trashed me. Help me out, fam. Help me out, chat. I didn't see. FB said he trashed Julian. Can't you help me out and just tell me? A lot of chat went on when I was going through it. Unbelievable. I got to get this post game out. What am I looking for? Okay. Caleb Williams. I'm going to say Chicago Bears fail. Caleb Williams. In heartbreaking loss in overtime. I have, yeah, it's just an AI person that copies. Pretty obnoxious. Let's see how unbiased KJ can be. How did Matthew Stafford play tonight? B+? Get the heck out of here. Collinsworth was literally stunned by how inaccurate Matthew Stafford was all night. Chicago Bears fail Caleb Williams in heartbreaking loss in overtime. NFL postgame. That was a nice throw. I talked about that. That was a better catch. He did everything he could to almost turn the ball over. He put the ball in harm's way a lot. He fumbled the ball twice. It just got recovered. Hold on, let me see something. I'm not seeing it. All right. I'm all caught up. He deleted the comment? Tell me what he said. I want to know. You guys got to tell me. I'm curious to see what everyone else has to say about this Bears-Rams game. Unbelievable ending. Can't believe we got another overtime game. I got this one. I got a. I just can't with going for it on fourth down so much. Yeah. You're at home. It's freezing. Kick the field goal and trust your defense. What do you think they'll do, Travis? How do you think they'll handle it? Do you think they definitely keep with Stidham and don't try to look for any other quarterback? $1,000% what, Travis? Or are you saying 100% Stafford, or that Josh Allen played better than Stafford? Or 1,000%? Where is the 1,000% to? Well, people forget too that with Phillip Rivers is that he knew what they were doing to begin with. That he didn't just come in cold. Travis, who do you think played better, Josh Allen or Matthew Stafford? Seems to be what people are asking right now. Everyone's very concerned about Josh Allen. I mean, if you watch all my videos, you'll see that I am not a Bills fan, that I'm just an NFL fan. So I think that's incorrect. I don't know how you haven't watched that game yet, Travis. That's insane. That's wild to me. Trying to see if there's any. No, nothing else. Feels like everyone's really tense. But I am not going to linger for too long. I know. I'm gonna have to start actually silencing people to try to steer conversations in a little bit more you know. I don't know. Is this usually how live streams go? Or do you guys ever do other live streams? Do they just let these things just run haywire? I never really watch live streams when they're live. I only ever watch them when they're being replayed and you can't see the chat. Only like the supers. There's really not a whole lot to moderate. It's just a couple people. And I don't know what I would tell the moderators to moderate. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, obvious stuff. But, like, some of these other more little things. Well, I appreciate it anyway, Super. Who wins, Patriots or Broncos? That depends, man. Who's the quarterback for the Broncos right now? Is he a legit starter in the NFL or is he a backup? We're about to all find out. Yeah, but I don't know. The Broncos defense hasn't been crazy good lately, though. I do want to see something, though. What was the spread in this game, the Rams-Bears? Do you guys remember? Oh, the Rams were favored 4.5. So that means if you bet the Bears, they still won. I think a lot of people lost on their picks. So I went by what Nick did on Nick's picks. Just check that. And it says 4.5 Rams favored. The Patriots were favored by 3. The 49ers were 7-point underdogs. And the Bills were 1.5-point underdogs. Well, at that point, any field goal is going to crush you rather than a touchdown. Let's see. What are people talking about with the Bears? Just keep hitting refresh. Well, ESPN is going to be a hot mess tomorrow. They have no one left to root for. It's true. Finally, some good news for the NFL. Bye, little Bears. We should have taken extra points and Rome dropped the TD. Ben Johnson, please just take the points. We wouldn't even be in this situation if we had an extra 6 on a board. McVay was getting outcoached. Man, that pass Caleb made on 4th down was ridiculous. Rams defense played well tonight. I like them to go all the way. We shall see. Ben is way too aggressive on 4th downs. Needs to take 3 points more often. I agree. Rams got some questionable calls. The drops, the 4th down aggressiveness, just too much. That was a solid game. The better coach won that game. This year the luck went the other direction. I had inaccurate concept. Despite liking Drake May, I really don't want the Patriots to win another Super Bowl. Why is that? Who do you want to win the Super Bowl? No one's saying Ben Johnson should be fired, but I think they're a little frustrated. But the Bears losing is a tough one for the media because they're a massive media market. And the Rams do not move it. Do not move it. And the Broncos now are the main team that actually carries this. But like right now, it's kind of a dud in terms of the popularity. It's why teams like the 49ers, the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Bears, like they're important teams. JCT, Caleb did what he needed to do. Caleb needs to hit those layups. Is it cold in Chicago? Yes. Stafford gets his second. He is the best quarterback left with the best coach. Well, that's not saying much right now. We have Sean Payton and Jarrett Stidham. We got defensive head coach with Drake May. And you got the Seattle Seahawks with Mike McDonald. I'm not forgetting nothing. The biggest chance is, here's the biggest thing. Can Sam Darnold and Clint Kubiak find their way through the Rams defense? The real Sam Darnold is him. I put a lot of it on Clint Kubiak, though, too. You know? Like I always say, these coaches got to give them the solutions to the problem. I got to make my other video. Well, I have one video posting, a Broncos video. I got a great Broncos video that I cannot wait for that video to post. And then I have a Bills video. I mean, is it really an opinion that play by Josh at the end of the half was it stupid, laugh aloud? Like, you can't defend it. I mean, is it really an opinion that play by Josh at the end of the half was it's stupid, laugh aloud, like you can't defend it? I'm not sure what you mean. Heartbreaking, but what a season for the Bears. Love the videos and believe this team will be good for a while. Thank you, Sergeant. I appreciate that, and I agree. It is tough, though, when you lose a game that you feel like you should have won. And that if the decision-making was just a little bit better. To be fair, Danny, the Bills should have never put Josh Allen in that position to end that half. They should have just taken a knee or just handed the ball off. Like, they had no timeouts. What were they even trying to do? Well, thank you, Super. I appreciate that. Do you think C.J. Stroud can bounce back after his last two, let's say, far from great performances? What are your current thoughts on him as a quarterback? Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate the Super Chat. So I think it makes total sense that it's okay for confidence to be shook in CJ. I want to see him with an actual legit O-line. It's just been so hard these last 2 years in general. He doesn't have a real offensive line. He's got one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL still. It's just a smidge better than what the Chargers have to deal with and Justin Herbert. But with that said, even with the bad O-line, there were still a handful of isolated moments when you were just like, I know the O-line is bad. I know you're sped up, but I expect better from you in those moments. I expect, like, all quarterbacks are going to struggle are going to look worse with a bad O-line, but he just made some throws and made some decisions that you're just like, you can't do that. Like Troy Aikman said, there's so many moments that it looks like he's just throwing the ball up and just hoping for the best. You just can't. I just expect more from him. if that makes sense. Am I going live for the Indiana-Miami game? Should I? The Bills loss was tough for me because the guy I thought I fought Chiefs fans about all year was the #1 guy, was the guy who gave the game away with those turnovers. Disagree. But yes, I absolutely do think he can bounce back. I'm still not abandoning CJ Stroud. Danny, are you a Bills fan? Dude, I think my Josh Allen video has the most comments I've ever had. I think it might be the most comments I've ever had. Oh, no. Caitlin Clark so far has more. But not by much. 799. This video has 711, but it's got like a fraction of the views. I mean, JCT, you can't blame him for the interception. That's obviously not his fault, and nor the fumble where Shakir didn't chip. Many coaches on the chop. Ooh, hold on. Oh, Dave, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Many coaches on chopping block. Is McDermott next? Could be, honestly. The whole problem is who's available. Because if they were going to do it, I would have said hire Stefanski. But then Stefanski just got hired by the Falcons. So it's just like, you know, you're not going to just fire McDermott just for the sake of firing a coach. You know what I mean? Like, you got to, if you're going to fire him, you got to know who you're going to hire. And so where would they want to go? Wasn't sure if Joe was going to match and if you had meant to send. Don't whatever, not. But now it's happening and like the tush push won't be stopped. Wait, what? Wasn't sure if Joe wasn't going to match. Oh, I see now. With the Joe's not here. No, Dave, seriously. I can. I'll block you. I don't think you owe me anything. But I appreciate it, truly. It's very, very kind of you. It is very kind of you. Hello, Mom. But, you as well. You as well. The only one that might leave is Joe Brady. Miami is interviewing next. Well, then that's a big thing because then do they get a Mike McDaniel, Cliff Kingsbury? Like, you can lure one of those coaches to work with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Nobody's going to be like, nah, I don't know if I want to work with Josh Allen and the Bills. Like, any great offensive coach is going to be salivating at that prospect. I think Josh had been getting away with a lot of turnover luck in the playoffs, and yesterday they all went against him. I know what you mean about the game against the Chiefs where they had some of those fumbles that didn't go his way. Like how today Matthew Stafford could have had like 5 turnovers, but none of them. Look at Drake May. He had like 4 fumbles and only like 2 of them were lost or something. Like the whole fumbling thing is always an interesting one. Same thing when you put the ball in harm's way and it doesn't get intercepted. That's why you have the turnover-worthy plays. You don't count the Eagles? Well, they would want. I don't think like a Brian Dable, Cliff Kingsbury, or or McDaniel. Any of those are afraid of the pressure. Do they make Joe Brady head coach of the Bills or of Miami? Yeah, but I don't think of it like that, JCT, honestly. But this was an easier path for sure. That was a lot of turnovers in that game. It could have been more. It could have been like 10 if some of Drake May's fumbles weren't scooped up by his own team. Like, that's the craziest thing. It could have literally been more turnovers. Oh, I always go by what should have happened rather than what actually happened for turnovers. I totally agree. That's why I always use turnover-worthy plays in my, my videos when looking at stats. Everyone needs support. So this is what a guy who I really like, he was an NFL quarterback, Kurt. This is what he said. I'll get it right now in a second. He had a great comment. He said, let's see. Hold on. I gotta find it. Hold on. So many ads. Wins aren't a quarterback stat, and football is a team sport. If you think otherwise, you simply don't know ball. Good night. Kurt Benkert. On the bright side, the Bears will never be as lucky as they were this year. Unfortunately, they're probably only going to get better, though, and won't need as much luck. It's a good take. Do they make Joe Brady head coach of the Bills, McDermott fall guy? I don't know what problems that solves, honestly. Otherwise, a guy like Patullo just can right past AJ, make it really hard to catch, so the defenders won't catch it. But AJ will. Well, they always just put the Eagles very much rely on just the players getting the job done rather than the scheme. Like, I am an Allen fan, but he had been getting lucky with the turnover stuff, and unfortunately, they all went against him yesterday. The law of averages. The law of averages. The law of averages comes for everyone. You always got to pay the toll. Yeah, I don't really count wins as a quarterback stat. It doesn't really make sense at all. Honestly, if anything, I'm more likely to put coaching as a win win stat. Wins are a coaching stat more than a quarterback stat. Yeah, but who do they get, JCT? In the draft? Are they going to try to work in free agency? I agree, GoFi. Sirianni's on thin ice. They don't win a Super Bowl within the next couple of years. I don't know. I mean, when you look at all these other teams, playing in the playoffs, every other team looked ready to play, looked ready to compete, except for the Philadelphia Eagles, who are actually the reigning Super Bowl champions and at home. But every other playoff game so far, everyone else looked play. I don't think you. Why would you want AJ Brown now? I'd be hesitant about that. Another receiver who could complain, who's maybe slightly past his prime and couldn't win at the line of scrimmage. It's not even just the wins for Sirianni, it's the Super Bowl. If he was winning at this rate, but they didn't win the Super Bowl last year, he's getting fired. That's who you try to make a play for. Justin Jefferson. You're like, JJ, do you really want to mess around with JJ? Or do you take a big swing in the draft? I don't know. Seahawks versus Rams. Who you got? Man, I think watching the Rams in a super cold game and watching the Seahawks beat up and demolish a badly injured, probably, a little overinflated 49ers team makes us feel that those two teams are far apart. And they are not. We are talking about a divisional NFC championship game. It does seem like his days of torching defenses is over. I mean, he also just gets disengaged very easily. Did he look locked in that playoff game? He did not. I am excited to see what happens on Monday to see how everyone's talking about. Thank you, Ryan. I really appreciate that. Tell me how you really feel, Super. He wants his numbers now. Where is he getting them? Where is he going to get his numbers? Indiana's got to come away with that win. The Miami story's got to end here. Well, George Pickens is definitely younger. Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you, Super. Do you feel McDermott's scheme is relying too much on quarterbacks not being able to make plays? Because against elite quarterbacks, he always gets torched. Wait, let me see. Do you feel McDermott's scheme is relying too much on quarterbacks not being able to make plays? Because against elite quarterbacks, oh, that's an interesting way to put it. I have to think about that. Williams being undisciplined? Which Williams? There's too many Williams. I want to see what else people are still saying about this Bears game. Because dudes be wide open all the time against mid guys they don't really good. Do you think they fire McDermott? We've been given an insane playoff so far. It feels wide open without Kansas City. Knicks going out just took the life out of it, though. The Knicks losing, Knicks no longer being in it is just crushing. That still bums me out so much. I have a reason, though. It doesn't bother me, to be honest. Even Laurie said he kind of likes the fire. Not this year. I think McDermott and Bean get one more year. One more year. I mean, I'd be telling Knicks fans to just probably prove to the long term. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Okay, it just sick that Josh Lamar, Joe didn't get a ring yet. Because I don't like how people use the excuse, oh, they played Mahomes, because a lot of those years were following a week Mahomes and the Chiefs get locked down. I agree with that. I agrees with that. I mean, how many wasted years of Justin Herbert are the Chargers wasting? I thank you, Mega. I appreciate you saying that. Maybe I'll live stream tomorrow for the college football, for the Natty. I think you always got to take a leap when you have that quarterback. But you have to know what you're doing. Like the Ravens just fired Harbaugh, but what's their plan? The fact that they don't even have another coach lined up is kind of like, well, what's your plan? Are you just winging it right now? And I agree with that, Danny. What the Eagles did to the Chiefs proved that. Do you want McDaniel as the head coach? I would be concerned about him being the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. To me, the Bills' biggest mistake was not firing McDermott before and getting Ben Johnson. That's what they should have done. That's the big swing you take. No, the closest we have to Ben Johnson, who could be available for a head coaching job, is Clint Kubiak. He's the closest one right now. I agree, Danny. Yeah, I wonder what Flores will do. It'll be a fun offseason to defend, JCT. That's what I said. They should have went out and got Kubiak. Who do you see the next OC is? I think that's impossible because I don't know which coordinators are available to be coordinators and which will be head coaching jobs. Like, if someone offers Brian Dable a head coaching job, is he going to pick a Eagles offensive coordinating job over that? Like, it's just impossible to know. I think McDaniel is the better coordinator, but Dable can be the better developmental coach. Dable will get another head coaching opportunity. Well, that I could see that from McDaniel. I think they have a chance, Sarah. Well, they should have their two most important linemen fully healthy, and that will make a huge difference. What do you all Bills fans think about Sean McDermott? What's wrong with him? $1 million question. Bo Nix has barely begun, in my opinion. How old is he again? He is a little bit older, actually. Yeah, but they don't even have their head coach set up for the Ravens. McDermott is a defensive head coach. Yeah, the DC when you're actually the main voice and mind behind your offense or defense, your coordinator is really just kind of executing your vision. So like Sean McVay's offensive coordinator is not the same thing as the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles or something. You think Sirianni is a guru? Future is definitely bright for Caleb. I agree. The Bears shouldn't have been in the playoffs to begin with. Everyone knows the Packers gave them 2 games, and they are a way better team than the Bears. The Bears, clearly a Packers fan. Bo made some awesome plays. Yeah, I think the Bears were on schedule. Good night, Ryan. I appreciate it. This won't be a super late night for me. Well, I don't know. On the jury is still out for me with Sirianni. Well, goodbye. Good night, Super. I'm sorry you're dealing with the Eagles-induced depression. You still got 4 wonderful teams to root for. Who do you root for wanting the Bears' loss, for being satisfying? I'm a pretty wise man then, because I always say, we'll see. Look at that. See? Look how wise I am. Well, then that makes sense. The Packers. Oh, my goodness gracious. Is Lamar still a top 5 quarterback? Yes. Does anyone here know how long the Bears' playoff win drought was before this season? Well, their win when they went to the Super Bowl, probably. Wasn't that the last time they went to the Super Bowl? Were the Bills your second team? I don't know. Lamar has to stay healthy. I feel like there's a lot of overlap with Eagles and Bills fans, which I find interesting. I wonder why that is. Maybe because Eagles fans don't like Chiefs and the Bills and the Chiefs are enemies, so it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That makes sense coming from a Bills fan, Sarah. You should be rooting for the Seahawks. Honestly, Danny, though, it was a bad play, but I think you actually blame coaching because the play should have never happened to begin with. Think about what Sean McVay did. He had 13 seconds left and 2 timeouts, and he had Matthew Stafford just take a knee and went into overtime. Think about that. He's like, nope, this is too weird of a situation. I don't care. We're going to overtime. We're hitting the reset button. That makes sense, Sarah. The Rams did win. You were correct. That's where the coaching staff needs to understand the situation, understand that they got players who just want to go for it as much as they can. You just take a knee, go into halftime. Seahawks, Rams. I mean, that's the game, right? That's the primetime game that everyone's going to be excited about. That's the game that has to carry us through. And truthfully, the Super Bowl might be kind of weak. I mean, if the Broncos pull it off, you're talking about a backup quarterback in the Super Bowl. You're like, okay. If the Patriots pull it off, that's impressive. Don't get me wrong. But you're still like, here's a second-year quarterback in the Super Bowl right now. Like, it'll be kind of exciting, but like, you're like, like there's no guarantee that you're going to get a great win or a great game, excuse me. Whereas in years past, it was like, all right, we got the 49ers, Shanahan, Andy, Mahomes. We got Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles and Mahomes and, etc. Like, we got it. Joe Burrow, Matthew Stafford. Like, there was big bodies, big names, big coaches. We could get a Sam Darnold Stidham game. You're like, I mean, even Drake May, I think Drake May is awesome. He has not stopped fumbling the ball in the playoffs. He's got, how many fumbles does he have in the playoffs so far right now? Let me look that up. How many fumbles did he have? So hold on, let me look at this. Patriots versus Texans. He had, oh my God, let me just do this on my computer instead of my phone. Patriots versus Texans. So, oh my God, can you just bring me up ESPN, Google? What is your beef with ESPN? Every time I search that game, those games, it never just gives it to me at the top. Clearly, that's what I want. So he had 4 fumbles that game and lost 2. So 4 fumbles. I'm just counting all the fumbles. His QBR was 20. That is low. And then against the Chargers, game they won 16-3. He had 2 fumbles. So he's had 6 fumbles and 2 interceptions in 2 games. So, you could get that in the Super Bowl. So that's the concern. I mean, hey, we could get a Sam Darnold, Drake May Super Bowl, and the turnovers could be through the roof. We could get an 8-game turnover game where Sam Darnold's fumbling and throwing interceptions. Drake May is getting getting fumbles. Like, it's just crazy. Or we get a backup quarterback who, okay, they found a way to beat the Patriots. Congrats. Now, Mr. Backup Quarterback, you gotta go and either face Matthew Stafford in the Super Bowl or you gotta face the elite defense of the Seattle Seahawks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you right now, the media and myself is uncomfortable because we're just like, ugh. That's why at least we would have gotten an AFC Championship game, which could have been box office, either Josh Allen and the Bills versus Drake May and the Patriots, division rival, or at least Bo Nix and Drake May. Boom, that's box office. This NFC Championship game is box office, Seattle Seahawks versus the Rams. But then it kind of also ensured maybe that you'd have a better situation, Super Bowls. And now everything's a little dicey. It's a little dicey. Are you rooting for the Seahawks now? Oh, I mean, if Drake May wins the Super Bowl, they will definitely talk about him being on the GOAT trajectory because he will have won a Super Bowl in his second year. Who do you got, Rams or Seahawks? Just like Brady. Although it'd feel different, though, with Drake May. Drake May would get way more credit for the Super Bowl win than Brady got in the beginning. No, the Rams have a great chance. Again, that defense makes Sam Darnold uncomfortable. To me, it's less about the Rams defense and it's more about like the players. It's more about coaching and Sam Darnold. How comfortable is Sam Darnold? I mean, both those games when they played each other were wild. I don't know how anyone could feel comfortable, whether you're the Rams or the Seahawks. I mean, this is an uncomfortable game. Hey, I don't blame anyone for feeling all that hope around Drake May. I'm on the record saying that if you had to pick any quarterback right now when you're factoring in age and money, you'd pick Drake May over every quarterback. Yeah, Stafford deserved no blame in Detroit. How do you feel Stafford has been playing, multi-grain Brad? You know, multi-grain Brad, I respect you a lot. I sincerely mean that. I sincerely mean that. I respect that. Like from too much hate to too much love, I feel it evens out. That's fair, Danny. That's what's annoying, you know? So I'm a big Stafford believer. I've been on the record saying that if Matthew Stafford was with McVay early on, Stafford could be in the GOAT conversation. Like, I am a huge Matthew Stafford believer and supporter. Like, I think he is an elite arm talent. But right, all of the conversations this season with Stafford have really irked me. And then it's been my job to be like, all right, guys, can we put this in context here? And then people are like, you're such a Matthew Stafford hater. And it's like, you're confused. I'm literally out here saying that I think Matthew Stafford, if he didn't waste all those years in Detroit, he could be like, you know, we would be talking about him like we talk about Manning and, you know, etc. Maybe not Tom Brady, but he would be in the conversation with all of these other all-time great quarterbacks. So to call me a hater about that is insane. But if I called out, you know, that Puka Nacua bailed him out in against the Panthers, or how he didn't win any playoff games in Detroit, so clearly Sean McVay and the Rams have helped him and supported him. It's like, yeah, like it's okay. It's okay to admit those things. Coaching and teammates matter. They may not even win that Super Bowl, as Brew points out, with that pick. I didn't realize how crazy of a drop that was by the 49ers. That's devastating. Yeah, exactly. I must have not saw that. I don't know why. That was 2021. How did I miss that? Or maybe I just saw it and just didn't. I mean, I had to have seen it. I just didn't think about it, I guess. 2021. No, that was 2021. So it was technically 2022 at that time in the playoffs. It was January of 2022. What the heck was I up to January 2022? Oh, I remember. Now I know why I don't remember it very well. I was injured. I got surgery. I was rehabbing. Now that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. That was 2021. And it was the end of 2021. I got surgery on my knee at the end of 2021 and was rehabbing into that winter of 22. And then I broke my clavicle a couple months later. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. I still remember watching that Super Bowl, though. Well, that interception on Caleb at the end wasn't his fault. That was on the receiver. I forget which receiver now, but that was on his receiver. It was not his fault. Even Collinsworth pointed it out. It was DJ Moore. That's who it was. DJ Moore. Who do you think gets it, Stafford or Drake May? Yeah, I'm trusting Collinsworth in real time, honestly. We can all make fun of we can make fun of Collinsworth all we want, but I trust his analysis in real time over I'm trusting any of those guys' real time analysis over mine. Troy Aikman, Greg Olsen, Tom Brady, Collinsworth. I actually like Romo. Yeah, it's a rough loss for the Bears. That is a rough loss because it's a loss that shouldn't have happened. It's always okay just to lose to the better team. Like that's okay. But when you lose, when you feel like you should have won, that's when you're just like, ugh. What can I say? I got good taste. So the only reason why I don't mind the fanboy, and I agree, bringing up Mahomes in every single play is obnoxious. I pointed that out many times. But at least he cares. At least he brings the energy. You know what I mean? Like I do appreciate that. It does make it more fun, more interesting. I like the excitement. Excuse me. They had that win. They blew it. They blew it. They had many opportunities. They should have kicked the field goals. Denver versus Seattle. You think Denver with the backup quarterback? Denver's not the top 2 defense. That was the Houston Texans in Seattle. The Broncos have a great defense. But Julian, a bad Super Bowl is like everyone watches except like some people. Well, I think it's more about the conversations though. I promise you right now, right? People much rather talk about the Eagles, the Bears, the 49ers. If I'm just looking at the teams that just made the playoffs, I can tell you right now without a shadow of a doubt. What were all the teams? Let me look at the NFL. Here, let me do it this way. I think that's totally true, misters. All right. The most popular teams that everybody's really excited to talk about that was in the playoffs: Denver Broncos, Buffalo Bills, Chargers, and some Houston Texans. And then the Chicago Bears, Philadelphia Eagles, 49ers, and Packers. And it's not, especially in the NFC, it's not even close. It's not even close. Bears, Eagles, 49ers, Packers by a mile. The Rams, Panthers, and Seahawks are an absolute struggle. An absolute struggle. Well, Denver got super extra hyped once they got Bo Nix as well. Bo Nix also brought a lot of like extra college fans into, kind of like what like a Baker Mayfield did and whatnot. So he brought a lot of energy in that regard. But yeah, I mean, again, some of these other teams had some juice, like the Steelers and the Jags and whatnot, but it's just different. Like that's what I'm telling you. Someone made the joke on one of my videos about saying, "Oh, ESPN, now that the Bears are out, they have no one to root for." And like, I'm sure there's a lot of Chicago and actual Bears fans there, but in terms of like ratings and stuff, listen, First Things First has talked about it, where they made the joke that they can't talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars because nobody cares about them. And Wilds last year said that if the Texans beat the Chiefs, it's terrible for our show. It's terrible for ratings. If you build it, they will come. 300-year-old boring Matthew Stafford somehow wins this game after that 4th down. Yeah, I know. Bears got to blame it. Goodell has reset the quarterback rankings. Caleb made a sophomore mistake tonight with 3 interceptions. Stidham wins it. Will make Bo look like a system quarterback. Well, that's what was also such a bummer about Bo Nix getting injured, because now all my conversations around the Denver Broncos, everyone's asking me, how do you feel about the Broncos? My take is, I don't know. Seriously, that's the truth. Someone's like, how do you think Stidham can win with the Broncos? I'm like, I don't know, man. Nobody has any idea. It's like, what am I supposed to say? I think Stidham will be able to step up in this situation. That's why I go with what I know, where I'm like, I got to trust Sean Payton. Did Sean Payton make the right decision with Stidham as his backup quarterback? Like, that's the take. But otherwise, it's like, how am I supposed to have any idea how Jarrett Stidham is going to do in the playoffs in the AFC Championship game against the New England Patriots? No idea. No idea. I'll tell you this. A lot of Broncos fans started to get a little cold feet on Bo Nix. We're getting frustrated, and we're ready for Stidham. Because I think Stidham also had like a couple good preseason games, and that's what, everyone's favorite quarterback is the backup quarterback. We know that. Think about how excited everyone was for Tanner McKee, and they're like, all right, let's bring in Tanner McKee. And then he plays, what's it called? Against the Commanders, and everybody was like, ooh, no, stick with Jalen. That's poop analysis, Julian. Saying, I don't know. It's called honest analysis. That's called honest analysis. Oh, yeah, Stidham was with the Patriots, right? Yeah, there was that. You had the Jets game as well, the Raiders game. I was fighting with a lot of Broncos fans. Hey, brother, asking for a friend. Oh, there you go. Yo, that's good. Yo, what's good? What's up? Analysis often says offs are roughly even. Does Drake May have the worst ball security you've ever seen? You know what it really is? I don't think it's ball security. It's that he's so fearless that he doesn't care that the pressure's getting to him. That's why he takes all those sacks. And he does need to be better with it. So it's not even a ball security, because if you get hit that much and you're always looking to throw, yeah, you're gonna get some fumbles. But I think it comes from his lack of ability of being like, he doesn't care that the pressure is coming to him. It just like doesn't resonate. And so, yeah, he's getting those fumbles. He needs to start to fear, because he doesn't get if you ever watch him, he doesn't get antsy or happy feet in the pocket. You see Matthew Stafford get an extra second in the pocket. He starts to dance. He's like, uh-oh, the play's lasted longer than 2.5 seconds. What do I do? What do I do? Is the pressure coming? Is anyone behind me? Drake May just does not care. That's not the best I've ever seen, but it was pretty spectacular. I don't keep up on the hand sizes. I know everyone always talks about that around the combine and stuff, but I never pay attention to that. So does he actually have small hands relative to the other guys? Honestly, I have no idea, because he's a huge guy. Isn't he like 6'6", 6'5"? I mean, he's a big guy, isn't he? I don't know if he's 6'6", but he's definitely not small. Also, do you think Jordan Love is a top 10 undoubted? Man, they need their receivers and tight ends to stay healthy for Jordan Love. Jordan Love is wheeling and dealing against the Chicago Bears in that playoff game. He was awesome. He was making some huge throws. I didn't say Stafford isn't great in the pocket. I said when he starts to feel a little bit of the pressure, he gets a little anxious. Jalen Hurts is always shrinking, except for in the moment. How do you feel about the Seahawks-Rams next week? How does Seattle hold that offense this go around? I mean, honestly, that's a big question, because they absolutely got torched, and it all stopped though once they shut down the run game. You gotta stop down the run game, but you can't. Puka, if you remember, Puka Nacua was wide. I mean, everybody was wide open, but they also need to find a way to not have Matthew. What does Matthew Stafford have? Like 6 interceptions in those 2 games now? Like, this is where you find out the worth of coaching. What answers does Clint Kubiak have? What answers does Mike McDonald have? Your defense has been elite now for weeks. How do you do it against them? You got to get pressure on Stafford. You shut down the run game, and you get pressure on Stafford, and it's over. You're going to the Super Bowl. Misters, what fan are you again? You yell at me no matter what my take is, so I forget. Are you a Ravens fan? Sorry? For what? Well, Sean McVay is a mastermind. Do I know what the Hawks are capable of? What? Oh, do I know if they are capable of that? They should be. You always be yelling at me. Darnold has 6 picks versus the Rams. Yeah, that's what I thought. 4 in the one game, 2 against the other. You be wrong, but yelling is extreme. Do you think the Pats have an elite O-line? Do I think the Pats have an elite O-line? I don't know about that, no. Why do you think that? No, that's why I'm putting it on coaching. I think the players will show up for the Seahawks. It's up to the coaching. I got Indiana. Misters, who's your team again? Mendoza about to win the Natty right off to the sunset and go into the desert in Las Vegas and go, well, I can give you their exact stats right now. Oh, the Lions. That makes sense. That's why you've been so bitter. Stafford. It's all making sense. I didn't see Skip's takes. Does Skip still do a lot of individual takes like that? Let me look at the because Drake May holds on to the ball so much, they'll actually have a very accurate pass block win rate. You'll actually get a great sense for how good their O-line is. The New England Patriots. They're 13th in the NFL. So about, about middle of the pack. If it was like a bell-shaped curve, they'd be at the far end to the side. You got a lot of teams that are a big chunk of these teams are low 60s. Top 10 cutoff point is 67%. So you okay in the head? Stafford is still greatest Lions quarterback of all time, but Lions need a defense. Goff doesn't even matter. Are you talking to me right now? About my head? Do they need to bring it back to Skip and Stephen A. first take? You're talking to me. What did I ever say bad about Stafford? What are you even talking about right now? The Seahawks are Darnold proof? I don't know about that. Coming in hot. Yeah, but remember, they got rid of Stafford and they got picks, which then they were able to figure it out. But Matthew Stafford with Ben Johnson. I wish you guys could watch my new Broncos video right now and my new Bills video that I made. What was I about to look up? No, I got my other video that I recorded that I haven't posted yet. I recorded it this morning, actually. I was checking out some of the comments to the other videos that I made, and I said, I see you. I see you. And then I moved my piece forward. Well, it is kind of crazy because we are going to get a new team winning the Super Bowl, you know? Like, that is what makes it all kind of interesting. There's no true superpower. Now, we might have a future superpower in terms of Drake May. He's the only available quarterback who could win that people could say, this is the future of the NFL. This is the quarterback of the future. But obviously, it's not Stafford. No one's buying into Sam Darnold, and it's certainly not Stidham. Well, that's why it's going to be interesting to see what they look like against Seattle. I'll watch it once you post it. I'm back to work tomorrow, so it'll be nice to have something to watch during a break. Yeah. It's, I think it's a pretty good video, if I do say so myself. I think a New England Seattle Super Bowl would be cool because that is kind of like, you know, a revenge factor narrative. Stafford with our current team would have yielded the same results because of the defense. Because as good as Stafford is, Goff in his prime, not having powers, not being superhuman. I want to be superhuman. Who do you think the Rams should get as a quarterback if Stafford retires? If Stafford retires, they got to get a quarterback who can win now because they obviously have a win now Super Bowl roster. And I don't think you want to draft a quarterback of the future right now. So it's like, who can you get? Does Sean McVay feel comfortable with like a Malik Willis? Mac Jones? I know those, you know, Malik Willis is the most interesting prospect. But if you can make a big move for like a Joe Burrow, is that possible? Yeah, but you're not looking for long term with some of those other quarterbacks that you could get, like a Burrow. You're just trying to lock in another Super Bowl. Stafford is definitely better than Russell Wilson. That would actually be kind of crazy. You trade back for Goff, that would be wild full circle. That would actually be kind of cool. Thank you, Kadro. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The character? Yeah, the Commanders aren't giving up Jane Daniels. At this point, he's all they got. Geno Smith was making some terrible decisions, but also coaching was apparently wild. Hey, he got paid in Vegas, though. They gave him the money. Apparently, Tom Brady didn't want Sam Darnold. That was wrong. Rams got 3 firsts the next 2 years. Yeah, and you can use that to try to win now. They're not getting Mendoza. The Las Vegas Raiders are. They're not trading that pick away. Yeah, the whole will Stafford retire is always the interesting thing. Room for the Oilers? How about the Baltimore Colts? Is there truly a bad scenario where we have a Super Bowl that isn't like huge? Yeah. I think right now all 4 teams kind of give us a wonky matchup. Honestly. It's not that it's not going to be huge, but we don't have true massive quarterbacks that have massive fan bases that everyone's excited about or feels controversial about. Like Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Like there's no, even Matthew Stafford has a legacy moment, but the reality is people don't actually really care. People aren't actually interested in discussing Matthew Stafford's legacy. They're just not. They care way more about how much credit should Jalen Hurts get for the Super Bowl than Matthew Stafford. It's just the way it goes. So it's just like, you know, the Denver Broncos fan base can carry a little bit of that weight, but without Bo Nix, it's just different. You care about his legacy? I feel you. I feel you. Denver with a backup quarterback for a small market Seattle with Sam Darnold would not be the network's preference. I agree. I'd love it because it would be my 2 babies making the Super Bowl. I was going to be off, but then I got sucked into the conversation. You guys are good conversators. The Raiders office said they might hold off for when CJ Carr is eligible. I can see them trading the pick. They're not smart. I don't know, man. Just get Mendoza. They could be real bad again, and they can still get who they want in the following year. That's what all the Raiders channels are saying. I don't know. Who are they even hiring as a quarterback? The highest Saturday Night Football ratings this year? What about it? KC versus Detroit did $27 million in football. Goodell is going to book this matchup for next year in LA. Yeah, but remember how big the Eagles-Chiefs rematch did. That was like the most popular Sunday football game ever or something. And that Super Bowl was like the most watched Super Bowl ever. I know. I'll start to monitor the chat better. Do you have a game over the year or you love them all? What do you mean? Are you saying do I have a game of the year? Are you asking me? Yeah. I think the Seahawks-Rams game, the overtime game, was pretty insane. I think that's got to be my favorite game because I live streamed that game too, and that was just wild. That was one of the coolest live stream experiences I ever had. Because I'm watching that game and we're all watching it together and we all can't believe what we're watching. The only problem with a game like that is because the first half it didn't feel competitive. So you were kind of just like already checking out. I was already taking all my notes and just writing down how the Rams won this game, and then it got insane and you're just like, what am I watching right now? That 2-point, well, that was the thing, the 2-point conversion. We were all just talking because that's the thing when you're in the live chat, that happens and no one's really paying attention. Now we're all talking and we're just like, yeah, oh man, okay, they didn't get the 2-point conversion and blah, 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 blah. And then we're like, well, wait a second, what's happening right now? And then like all in real time, we're like, wait, what's happening? What's going on? What is this? And it was just crazy. Your husband hates football? That's wild. That's crazy. Yeah, I do like the live streams. These are the most live streams I've ever done this year. Every quarterback needs something. What do the Texans do with Stroud at this point? Bad O-line or not? He's clearly regressed severely these past 2 seasons. Yeah, I want to see him with a better O-line. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm not giving up on CJ yet. I'm not. But that was a bad game for him. Bad O-line or not, I agree. But they got to get that O-line right. I'm thinking the Seahawks-Bucks game was wild. The Bears-49ers game was wild. The Broncos-Giants comeback was wild. Trying to think if anything else stands out. The Jags-Chiefs game was wild. Oh yeah, that Bills-Ravens game was insane. But that didn't even feel like it because it was the first game of the week of the what was it, the first Sunday Night Football game? Since it was week 1, it just was just kind of like, all right, football's back. In a weird way, that game would have felt larger if it was weeks into the season. But since it was week 1, you was almost kind of you skip over it. And since it was week 1, so many people skip over week 1. You're like, well, that was week 1. You're trying to figure out who these teams are. Bills-Bengals game was awesome. That's true. The Steelers-Bengals game was wild. Aaron Rodgers and Flacco? We had a lot of great games. Colts-Rams. The Rams-Eagles game. Multiple blocked field goals. And the blocked field goal to win the game. Who's the coach of the Cleveland Browns? Yeah, the Broncos comeback in that game was wild. Teach you football in under 20 seconds, not the game, but just how to talk the talk. You got to establish the run. Defense has to be more focused, and the play calling has to be better. You say those things, everybody will think you know football. I feel for elite defenses being failed by their offense a lot more because of how many rules are implemented. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, but I'm going to still trust Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, no matter who their coach is, over Shador Sanders and the Cleveland Browns. Believe that. Have to be strong in the trenches on both sides of the ball. That's a good way to put it, too. The game is won at the line of scrimmage. I love how they always say that. They're always like, the way the Rams win is by dominating the line of scrimmage. It's like, you can say that about every single team. I got an announcer voice. Yeah, Tom Brady's been talking about it. Manning's been talking about it. A lot of it is because of college and the way how college quarterbacks are played. They're not really taught the game of football because they have to be plug and play. So they're not really taught to read defenses and adjust protections. And Tom Brady talked about that too. Yeah, Stefanski's with the Falcons. Well, think about it. Think about when Rivers jumped in for the Colts. Did you see all the talking he was doing at the line of scrimmage? He commanded the line of scrimmage better than Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Drake May. Like, none of those guys are doing that type of stuff. Did you see Kirk Cousins step in with the Falcons? All of the audibles that he's doing, adjusting protections, all the pre-snap looks and adjustments. It's through the roof. It's through the roof. I wish I could run an easy one-read offense in college. It makes it easy, and you're just relying on your arm and your athleticism, nothing else. And listen, it's a great way to play because if you just get to just rely on your athleticism, always got to win the line. Always. I'm fascinated to see Penix and Stefanski. Oh, they only made the playoffs because of Josh Allen, no doubt about it. We did that math yesterday. They don't beat the Bucks. They don't beat the Rams. They don't beat the Patriots. I mean, that's 3 losses right there. Yeah, well, the injuries are legit. How about McCarthy? No, right. The Ravens, the Bengals. Did I say the Bengals already? That's crazy. 4 ACL tears. Do any of you guys watch American Dad? He's going to be Billy from American Dad. Oh, I believe the Chargers will find their way. Sarah, I just don't think that. How could those possibly be Bills fans? That just makes no sense to me. Yeah, you'd love that if he goes to the Rams. Billy, that's what it is. I got news for you, man. We all get arthritis in our knees no matter what. No matter what, it finds us all. Yeah, I wonder what they open with on Monday for all the shows. Would it be Caleb Williams? Will it be the Broncos, the Bills? Probably the Bills. If he just had a little bit more juice, the Rams maybe win the Super Bowl, and then Goff never comes to or Stafford never comes to LA. Caleb was the best quarterback in the playoffs. I don't know about that. He definitely did the most off script for sure. They definitely have a lot of swinging and misses, that's for sure. Well, Bo's not playing now. He's not playing. Yeah, his broken ankle should be a pretty quick heal. It shouldn't hinder him in the offseason and whatnot. Since they're doing surgery on it, I assume it's going to be some sort of plate. Should heal pretty good, pretty quickly. Rehab, and it shouldn't really be anything that lingers, honestly. Yeah, fear does cause anger. And I'm angry all the time. You want to know my secret? I'm always angry. I don't look so angry? Thank you. Sarah's got the Hulk reference. Bean has drafted some good guys, though. Anger is just a secondary emotion to pain and fear. Broncos just need some receivers that can catch the ball. Either that or Bo throws it with a little less juice. Broncos just need some receivers. You know what? I'm going to pick the dark side. You see me, I'm in black, got the hood up. What can I say? Can I see the Chargers taking the steps next year, finally advancing from the wild card? Yeah, if their O-line just stays healthy. I think the problem is more that his name is Lil Jordan. Well, they weren't very ambitious with the name. But the little Jordan almost sounds like it's like a Rick and Morty gag where they're like, look, it's little Jordan Humphrey. And it shows him like being like a tiny little guy like in the palm of your hand. And he's like, what's up, guys? I'm here to play football. And they're like, sure you are, bud. Get out there. Nick Bo should be available for the start of the season. No problem. Do I think LeBron could have played in the NFL? Yeah. He's an elite athlete. I'm not telling you that he would have been a superstar, but I think he could have found his way on the football field. His body can also clearly endure the physicality of it. So much of being able to make it to the NFL is actually just having the body that can just endure it. That's it. You know how many players that were better than these NFL athletes we see, but their body just can't last? And you just never hear about them. It's just literally like, can you take the pounding? Marcellus Wiley talked about that, where he was very much like, football chooses you. You don't choose football. He's like, many football players really have no desire to actually play in the NFL. He's like, most of them would rather be playing basketball. Basketball is where you get all the girls, all the money. It's easier. He's like, but football chooses you. Bo Jackson. I saw LeBron live only once. He was a rookie. Couldn't imagine football. My body was already getting banged up with soccer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So even if you loved football, even if you were an amazing football player, you could have maybe potentially learned early on. Like, right, you could have been an incredibly... And it's not even like, oh, you got a season-ending injury. It's just like your body just could not endure it. The Jefferson pick for Diggs was smart. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. Harbaugh has more rushing yards than Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson was taken from us too soon. Well, that was bad on Buffalo. Now look at Diggs making the catches. Did you see the catch he had against the Texans? Yeah, but you can replace Steele. You can't replace Bones. Bears definitely had a great season with Ben Johnson first year. Well, the crazy is we see a bunch of these exciting teams, but we have no idea how it's going to look next year. Bears could miss the playoffs. Eagles miss the playoffs. What's the next team that's going to come out of nowhere where we're like, wow, who would have thought the Cincinnati Bengals would be 14-2? I mean, look at the Lions. The Lions weren't able to come around. The Eagles weren't. The Chiefs obviously fell off a cliff. The Ravens fell off a cliff. It could be the Jets. Who are they going to get? Do the Chiefs return to their reign next year? I think their monopoly is over. I still think they'll be great. I still think they'll win. I still think they'll have a ton of success. But I think their dominance is over. But I will say this. We've watched this in the playoffs. We've seen the weird plays from the Bears, from the Eagles, from the Bills, from pretty much every team in the playoffs right now. And it just shows how well coached and how well prepared the Chiefs had been season after season, game after game, big moment after big moment. The players just always rose to the occasion. The coaching staff always rose to the occasion. They always had the best play dialed up offensively and defensively. And you're yet to really see that throughout the course of these playoffs right now. The Bills should have gotten Ben Johnson, is what they should have done. Yeah, but now they're going to be able to draft well because they have great draft picks. A lot of it is also going to depend on what Patrick Mahomes looks like after his, surgery and recovery. I mean, look what Ben Johnson did with Chicago in 1 year. And look how much he turned around Caleb Williams in 1 year. Could you imagine if the Eagles had Ben Johnson, if the Bills had Ben Johnson? I mean, it's a wrap. It's over. It's done. But all right, I am going to get going because I want to take a look at some of these videos. I might have to record some stuff and edit some stuff. Then I am going to eat and go to sleep. Watch TV and go to sleep. But thank you all for hanging out. Always a pleasure. Always a great time. Appreciate it all. And I will see you all in the comment section. I look forward to reading your comments and the back and forth and more live streams. We're still doing the live streams. I think maybe I'll live stream the football game tomorrow. And if not, I'll do at least the playoffs on Sunday for both conference championship games. So I will see you all.